Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to refine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will be free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. What? Fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I had an internet server issue, connectivity issue in the middle of the intro, which is kind of the best time to have that happen. So hope you guys are having a good day. I know I am. It's been really cool. So we're gonna get into some cool stuff here and move right along. So out there in the chat already, I see Joseph Oram. I see Iwan. Can't pronounce your last name. Chepernov, I think. I don't know. Just Wally and TR Finley. I'm sure more will wander in as time goes by. It's going to be a great day. It's a great Monday. It's a great holiday. I know a lot of people are out doing stuff with their families and whatnot. So we will probably not keep it overly long today. I think that, to be honest with you, we'll probably duck out right at 3. So we'll end on time, hopefully. Not, well, there'll be a reason for it. So welcome, guys. Glad that everyone's made it in today, and hopefully we have a really good show. It's been an interesting weekend. Really not a lot of productiveness has come out since we last saw each other. There've been some salvos blasted back and forth between JD Vance mostly and Camel Toe. Camel Toe seems to be under the impression that she is really campaigning against Vance and not Trump. That, or she's really afraid to mention Trump's name. That maybe it'll be a Rumpelstiltskin moment where if you say his name 3 times, he appears. Who knows? I don't know, guys. It's so weird. It's so weird. I don't understand why Kamala is so quiet on so many things. Although, if you noticed in the interview that she had, every time she was directly asked anything, what would you call it? It wasn't really the reporter covering it. Really wasn't a moderator. They're more like a not a moderator, but I get it, in theory, interviewer, right? Maybe, I don't know. So the interviewer, every time Kamala was confronted with a direct question about, she would say something along the lines of, when I'm elected, this is going to happen. And without fail, one of 2 or 3 people would, why aren't you doing it now? You're already VP. Why are you not doing it now? And the moderator, interviewer, whatever you want to call them, would immediately deflect. Immediately. Next question, right? Next question, please. Next question. Seems to be the rule of the day. So if we're looking at all of this and we're trying to understand what's going on with Kamala and why she seems to be so so interested in targeting Vance instead of Trump. I believe that the Democrats don't want to mention anything about Trump because when they do, every time they do, it's brought up that they're trying to basically censor Trump, right? Literally every single time they talk about him, someone is going to mention that they're doing their best they can to get him thrown into jail. They've refiled charges again. It's the same tired nonsense. They're trying so hard. And the problem is they're failing. They're failing really, really hard. And as a person sitting on the sidelines watching this, it's really interesting. It's interesting in a way that is it's interesting in a way that I haven't honestly ever seen before because, well, first of all, Trump has not actually broken any laws, and they keep kind of making up laws that he should have broken. He's got judge after judge. I mean, legit judge. Now, I'm not talking about hired gun New York attorneys. I'm talking about, actual legit constitutional judges that, this is their bread and butter. This is what they do is they are, they're legal scholars. That's what they do. They're judges. None of them have said anything about Trump being guilty. As a matter of fact, most of them, even the Democrat ones, even the ones that are left-leaning that have fought against Trump on other issues have said this is nonsense and it needs to go away. So I have to think, and I would love your opinions. I would have to think that this is why nobody wants to bring up Trump right now. Because when you bring up Trump, you automatically bring up all of the frivolous lawsuits, all of the nonsense that's going on, all of the legal issues that the Democrats are clinging to in the name of trying to get him pulled off the ballot because they are afraid of him. And this is the dichotomy here. On the one hand, they'll say stuff like Vance is afraid of facing his record, his military record. He's afraid. He says this. He hides here. He does this. He does that. He's afraid. On the one hand, they say that. But then they are terrified of facing Trump. They're terrified of facing him. And it's an interesting thing right now. We're going to get more into the financial aspects of some of the stuff that's been said throughout the DNC, throughout the post DNC interview and that kind of thing. We'll get into that in a minute. Tara Finley says she might be afraid of getting Trump riled up before she has to debate him. I don't think she has to fear that. Matter of fact, I think that if she had any common sense at all, I think that she would be kind of poking fun at him now so that it kind of disarms him and he kind of feels like that he has the upper hand. Right now, he's going into this debate like a pissed off, angry bear that's been poked through a cage and somebody finally lets him out. So the best thing that she could do is engage with, in my opinion, the best thing she could do is engage with him leading up to it in small skirmishes and kind of diffuse some of his rhetoric, some of the ammunition that he has for, because come on, he has a lot. Come on, guys. He's going to hammer home. She's going to say shit like, well, we're going to end the war in the Ukraine. Bitch, you've been there 4 years. What the fuck? Just now you're going to end the war in the Ukraine? Seriously? Come on. You're going to fix the economy? Seriously? Been there 4 years. Why isn't it fixed? What are you going to do different? And here's the thing. she never talks about what she's going to do differently. She only talks about basically doing the same shit they're already doing, which is very interesting. Do I think it's possible for Trump to even get back in the office? I honestly question if they would ever allow that to happen, no matter what they have to do. So there's a lot of rhetoric around this right now, and basically this is the rhetoric as I get it, as I understand it. Okay, so the rhetoric as I understand it is the Democrats are, in theory, going to, they're fighting Trump that he was not legally elected, and they're going to lose that fight, or pardon me, that it wasn't within his legal right to challenge the election. Sorry, I misspoke. If he is legally elected, they're going to be in this catch-22 where anything they do is going to be like, it's going to be pushed and consolidated into this mess that they try and on the one hand, they have to kind of concede that, yes, he won. On the other hand, they're going to try and block him and demand recounts. And the minute they do, Trump's gonna be like, look at you. You've been pointing at fingers at me for wanting a recount, and here you are, you're doing the same thing. And so they have to be really, really careful here. Now, because of that, and other people have pontificated about this and have said some things that I think are not wrong. The question is whether they will allow him to take office, and what that means as far as, another assassination attempt. Is that a potential thing? Could be. Are they going to try and have him detained somehow under some pretense of treason or treachery? These are really good questions, folks. These are the kind of questions that we just don't know the answer to. We haven't been here before. I don't think we've ever been here. I don't think that we've ever been in a situation where the incumbent president has been backstabbed by his own party. He's been thrown under the bus. That's a realism. Now, we'll talk about that in a minute, because this is a realism that people need to understand. And they put in Kamala, who probably cannot win. And I think they know that. And I think they expect her to lose. And I think that they're going to use the loss to every advantage. And one of those advantages will be to call into question everything there is to be called in about Trump, just like they did when Hillary lost. And they're also going to use it to dump on the American voter. So this is all, we're in uncharted territory here. This is not business as usual. I know people try and say that it's business as usual, but I find that to be very short-sighted. I don't believe that it's business as usual in any way. And I think part of the reason is you have a lot of voices out there like mine who are saying, and like, as I'm going to say in just a few minutes, I'll just start now. We have all of this rhetoric about how the Democrats are going to improve the economy. They're going to make life better. They're going to do all of these things, when every single policy that they've asked for and have gotten for the past 30 years has done nothing but destroy the country. And you can demonstrate that easily. Obama was in office for 8 years and the economy sucked. It sucked nuts. There was no faith in the stock market. The real estate market crumbled. We had inflation. We had all of these things. Trump's in for 4 short years. The economy turns around. We have world peace for the first time in anyone's lifetime. The first time in anyone's lifetime that sure, not that we still had little wars and skirmishes going on here and there, but globally there was a sense of peace. First time. He's in there for 4 years. He gets this done. We have trade agreements being renegotiated in ways that they had never been negotiated before, and everyone was winning. And it wasn't like I won and you lost. It was like I won and you won too, because we are now way more equitable, and things are stimulating both sides of the deal, right? Like both sides win in the deal, which is kind of how it's supposed to be. When I sell a car, it's not like I want to screw the guy that I'm buying, that's buying the car from me. I need my money and I need him to be happy with the deal, right? And this is what the Democrats don't get, because they've never fucking done it, guys. They don't have jobs. They don't build businesses. They don't own construction companies. They don't own anything. Democrats, by and large, write books, and really shitty ones that they have to get their donors to sell for them so that they can get money, right? Like that's the only reason that Democrats sell books, is that they force libraries and shit to buy them. So let's just be real. 4 years, 1, 2, 3, and 4 years. Trump was in office. He turned the economy around. He did that. 8 years Obama was in office. Country's in shambles. People lost 40, 60, 80% of their retirement funds. The stock market was in shambles. The world is shit. Trump walks in 4 years later. We're on a fucking high note. Biden walks into office. The economy takes a massive shit again. We have record everything, and they can't blame it. Seriously, you can't blame it on the pandemic. The pandemic, it succeeded in furthering their goal, but at the same time, it reset things in a very strange way. But we've had plenty of time to recover from that. The businesses that have been able to have recovered, but the businesses that the Democrats have pushed down, the result of stimulus checks, the results of all of this nonsense, their policies, nothing else is the reason the economy is in the toilet. The fact that we're going to have record levels of inflation and interest rates is nuts. It's insane. It's crazy. So they own this, and they have to own it. And there's nothing that they can say. They can't point to say, well, this is Trump's problem. They keep trying to, well, we inherited this. No, you didn't. You inherited an economy that was fucking working, bro. Even after Trump's, even after the pandemic measures that Trump put in place, which were, remember now, they love to forget this, which were all recommended and pushed for by the Democrats. Trump wasn't going to shut the country down. He wasn't. They pushed him into that. He's like, no, let's get more information. Let's do all of this. I remember. I was there. You were too. And don't let them tell you what you already know. Don't make them call into question your memories. If you were there and you read any news at all, if you lived it, we all lived it. There's nothing that they shouldn't be able to lie to you about this. I remember my wife calling me from New York City and saying, hey, should I fly out right now? Because I may not be able to get out this weekend. They're talking about shutting down the city. The Democrats did that. Florida never really shut down. Why? Because it didn't have Democrats sitting in charge. In the meantime, California was shut down for 2 fucking years. Ruined their economy. Ruined it. R. Allen, will Trump still be free on election day? When does he get sentenced? They don't know when he's going to get sentenced. It doesn't matter, because all that's going to happen, even if they sentence him, they're going to put the Even if he gets sentenced, that'll take effect after the election. They can't make it happen sooner. He's still working under appeal, so it's not like he's going to go to jail and come back. You know, that's really funny. I just don't believe that this is going to happen. If it does happen, I would strongly suspect that the Democrats lose the election by an even larger margin. I'm just going to say this right now. If the Democrats are stupid enough to put Trump in a cell, they've lost. And they probably lost for the next 30 years. Because every time a Democrat runs for office, they're going to put that picture of Trump in his cell, and they're going to fucking lose every single time. So, yes, remember all the people standing at gas stations harassing people for not wearing masks, the airlines shutting down, all of this. But listen, guys, understand, if they and they know this, they may not want to admit it to themselves, but they all know this. If they put Trump in a cell, look, dude, when he's just getting his picture taken and the mugshot rocketed him up in the standings, in the polls. What do you think putting him in a cell is going to do? That would be literally the dumbest political move they could make, especially when they're literally sitting there. Kamala Harris is campaigning on a platform of Donald Trump wants to persecute his political enemies. If they lock Trump up, there will be literally, if every pundit on the planet doesn't literally say, look at the fucking Democrats, look at them. Look at what they're doing. Look, they're locking up their political enemies. They made shit up. We all know it. It's been proven. Every legal expert in the country has said those charges don't even exist, and they certainly do not rise to a felony charge. Certainly, they can't be lumped together. This has never been done. It's unprecedented. Every judge has said it. Everyone said it. If they put Trump in a cell, forget riots. Nobody's going to, why fucking riot? People are going to turn up. They're going to vote for Trump. They'll write his ass in on the ballot. It will be the biggest landslide in history. And the Democrats will fuck themselves for the next 30 years. They will fuck themselves for the next 30 years. T.R. Finley, that would be an even bigger mistake. If Trump died in prison, if that happened, Vance would get elected on a landslide, and the Democrats would never get elected in this country again. We're in an extinction level event horizon for the Democrats. They might think that they have the upper hand here, but they have played themselves into a corner. They should have let the shit go. They should have just backed down and said, okay, we got our headlines. That's what we wanted. We wanted the headlines. We're good. But no, they doubled down, right? They're literally sitting there at the blackjack table saying, hit me, when they got 20 up on deck. They're looking for the ace. And the problem is the ace is going to put them over. You don't hit on 20. Nobody does. You know. You stand pat. They should have backed down. They should have taken their win, gone home. But no. And this is going to be suicide of the Democratic Party. Yes, the Secret Service, that's the problem what they're talking about right now. Secret Service has to protect him as a presidential candidate and as a past president. So he has to have protection in prison. They can't take that away. And that's a big deal right now. There's a lot of judges and stuff talking him through that. But again, look, it's literally the biggest amount of political suicide ever. Yeah, okay, yeah, you'll have 100,000 rabid Dems out there cheering that they locked up Trump, but you're going to have every moderate every undecided, every middle grounder going, what the fuck? Especially when 24/7 you have JD Vance sitting up there literally very calmly but sternly and stoically. The Democrats accused us of targeting our political enemies, and look what they've done to a former president who is innocent. They trumped up the charges. They lied. It's been proven they lied. There's no judge in the country that would take that. The judge who actually gave the jury instructions when he shouldn't have, all of that's under review. Ladies and gentlemen of the country, patriots, this cannot stand. That'll be JD Vance, and he will go 24/7. That will be every fucking where. The Democrats will commit political suicide if they go forward with this. They need to stop now. Just saying. Welcome, Intel Wild. Welcome, Damien, our resident parkour guy. Welcome, Les. I didn't get to say welcome to you earlier. TR Finley, good to see you back in the chat. TR Finley, that's a great question. I don't know that Vance is 100% able to, but he's an excellent speaker. And given the right material, I think that he can. I don't believe that I don't believe that you can. I don't believe that if they were to hurt Trump in prison, that there's look, the best speechwriters in the world would back Vance, and he would have a dialogue every single day. It would literally be political carnage. Just would. I agree that he doesn't have the experience under his belt, but it doesn't matter because he would win. And again, the Democrats could not or would not be able. The Democrats, it would be very difficult for them for the next 30 years, guaranteed, because literally all a Republican candidate would have to do is simply hold up that picture of the president behind bars, especially if something happened to him, especially if something happened to Trump in prison. That would be terrible. That would actually be like crazy. Now, look, all of the they've even had to refile the charge. The reason that they had to refile the charges is because they know that on appeal, he's going to win. So they've refiled the charges. That's irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything. All they're trying to do is they're trying to get a judge to go along with it, but not even the judges don't even want a part of this. And at some point, they're just going to have to admit defeat. But what they really have to keep, the mistake that they're making right now is, while it does energize a small part of their base, the Democrats are losing the court of public opinion, because they're, on one hand, they're saying, we don't want a president that's going to go after his political competition, but they are doing it. They're talking out of both sides of their mouth, literally. So I can't. This is crazy. And again, Kamala is getting worse and worse, guys. Boys, she's bugged. Boys, she's bugged. She's just not. She's not capable of. She's really not capable of having an intelligent conversation about the economy. Worse is that the people that she's hiring to do that can't have a competent, educated conversation about the economy. This is terrible, right? This is really bad. Probably the worst thing is that the way they're portraying it in the press, the way that they're talking about it, is very misleading. And so there's a lot of people out there that don't really understand the relationship between interest rate and inflation. And they really don't understand that both of those things come from the government. And let me really quickly, I'm sure that all of you know this, but some people who watch this on replay or maybe out there watching it now quietly without commenting, let me explain to you how this works. The interest rate is what happens when the government goes to the people to borrow money. The government doesn't have any money. It only gets money through taxes, and it only gets so much of it. And the government, our government currently is at a deficit, and they have no interest at all in actually lowering either the debt or the amount of inflation or the interest rate. So every time they come back and put their hand in your pocket and borrow your money, that's what they're doing. They're borrowing your money. Every time they do that, it drives the interest rate up. It can't help but do so. And they have to do it to maintain the level of spending that they have. So every time that they talk about, guys, the state of the state of the federal police is so horrible. They don't have enough vehicles. They don't have enough men. We've got to hire more agents. We got to hire this. We got to hire that. Every single time they do that. So every time they make a political announcement and they say something like, we're going to hire 80 more IRS agents. Now let's say they're $100,000 a year. So it's 800 grand a year that they need. There's not 800 grand extra in tax revenue. So they borrow it, and they borrow it from you, the taxpayer. They don't have any money. So they're actually borrowing money from you, then taxing you to pay the money they owe you. You understand how this works? Okay, good. So the other way that the government gets money or controls money, they don't actually get any of it, but the way that they control money is through inflation. So when the government prints more money, and they can do that, when they just decide to print more money, but the amount of goods does not go up, we have what's called inflation, because we have a much larger pool of cash compared to the goods that you need to buy. Okay. So, and this is very simple, right? So if there were, 1 million more cars available to purchase, that would drive the price down. And then therefore inflation would be minimized, because the price of those goods would go down, and therefore the inflation would matter. But this is not what happens. What happens is the government prints a shit ton more money, which devalues the money in your pocket. Now here's the catch. While you are making the same per hour, and the number of goods being made doesn't really change, what those goods cost and the amount of dollars available has gone way up. So this is how the government fucks us all. Okay. To drive it back down to where, let's just take, for example, that we do not really, Americans by nature, unlike other countries, we would really like to see gas under $1, right? We would really like to see whatever. And to do that, the supply of gas would have to go up, and the amount of cash would have to go down. Okay, the supply of gas would have to go up so that the cost of it went down. And they would have to stop printing money long enough for that to even up and catch up, which we did. We actually did that back in the Reagan years, right? So you had, and this is history they don't bother to teach people, and this is why, and they don't want to teach people because they want you, they want you to believe that there's no end in sight. They want you to believe that you just suck it up and go along with it. It's fucking hopeless. There's no way we're gonna ever come out of this. Just damn it, just rip the Band-Aid off and let it eat, right? Well, let me harken back the Reagan years. Going into the Reagan years, gas was expensive, everything was expensive, and Reagan lowered taxes, which the Democrats are always loath to do. Specifically, he lowered taxes on industry, and he created an environment where more people could make more things. Therefore, more people were employed, and more, and so your income was more stable, and the price of goods went down. And I remember 75 cents a gallon gasoline in like 1990 something. I don't remember. Probably 92, 93, 94, so long in there. 75 cents a gallon. And then it just steadily crept up. But we can reduce that debt. We can reduce our debt. We really can. We absolutely can. And part of the reason we have that debt is because we keep giving money away to overseas. And this is a problem that we have, that we've got to get. We have to get out of it. We have to, as a culture, we need to say no. We're not giving Ukraine money for war. We're not going to give Japan money to build factories. We're not going to give anybody any money for anything. It doesn't matter. We're just going to stop. And we need to, and we are. And look, guys, we are still the largest manufacturing country in the world. We are still the largest producer of goods on the planet. These are just facts. We can do it. We can't do it if we continue to allow our leadership to bullshit, Arthur Daya. Stop talking. I don't care about what people say. When we're giving trillions of dollars in foreign aid, that's not 1% of our budget. Yeah, people really don't understand how inflation, interest rates, and the national debt works. Okay. First of all, we got to quit giving away money. All of it. And I mean all of it. We can't give 5 billion or, give 5 billion to Haiti just because we can't. We do give trillions. We give trillions, Arthur Daya. Look it up. Look it up. I don't give a shit about some pie chart. Just look up what's being spent. We give trillions of dollars away every year with a T. And it's all foreign aid. We give, 5 billion to Haiti. We give, X amount to we give X amount to various other countries. We still give money to the UK. Why are we giving money to the UK? Fuck those guys. Let them make their own money. Why are we giving money to any other country? We need to cut all that shit off. We'll get to mass migration. We'll get to that. Medicare and Social Security, is our biggest expenditure. In theory, Social Security is supposed to pay for itself. However, we keep rating that and not paying it back. So while Medicare and Social Security in theory are our biggest expenditure, Social Security at least is currently they're not overspending that if the money was put back that was taken out. This is a problem that we have in this country is we have politicians that just believe that they can just constantly pull things out and it'll just magically reappear. Yeah, Trudeau's handing out billions. I mean, we do not give $1 million here and there. We give out trillions. We give out billions. We don't do millions anymore. All right. So anyway, this is actually a good point. Mr. is smart. We do make trillions in GDP. And if we really wanted to, in 3 to 6 years of basically killing off social services and not sending any money offshore, we could wipe out all of our debt. All of it. Arthur Daya, BlackRock made $6 trillion a year, or made way more than that last year, and they lost $1.3 trillion. That our spend is way more than $6 trillion. There's no way that U.S. government is only spending $6 trillion. I don't know what math you're using. I don't know what charts you're using. There's no fucking way that's true. How much did we give Ukraine last year? Just go look it up. How much did we give Ukraine, just Ukraine last year? I understand what they're writing down. I'm saying, what is the spend? I can say the budget is $6 trillion, but if I spend $80 trillion, that goes to the national debt. This is a problem. BlackRock, if that's the case, BlackRock could just BlackRock could pay off the national debt in 1 year. But yes, Mr. You're right. We make $6 trillion. We make trillions of dollars in GDP every year. Yeah, 113 billion per to Ukraine, and you think that you think we're not giving out trillions in foreign aid? Trillions with a T. That's one country. They're probably not even the largest. Which site, Joseph Ahorum? So the problem is that effing Epic shows 53 billion. Arthur Dye shows 113 billion. Yeah, so this is a problem. The problem is it's really hard to figure out where all the money goes, and that's on purpose. It's on purpose, guys. But at the end of the day, the best number to look at is simply look at the national debt and how it's going. So because it's really, really, really hard. So when we're sending billions and trillions of dollars offshore every year, this isn't a one-time deal. This is every fucking year. This is a problem, guys. So again, I do agree. If we cut out all social services for a year, we for a couple of years, we could get rid of the national debt. That's true, Mister. That's true. The problem is that the GAO is no longer held responsible by by the United States citizen. So, and the government doesn't fear the GAO anymore. You argue none of the numbers are accurate. Screw what the public actually knows about the specifics of the numbers. It's not strategically advantageous for our enemies to have accurate information. I don't care about our enemies. I don't. This is a fallacy as well. This is something that this is something that I have a real problem with. You know, it's like people are saying, well, we're going to go to war with China, and I don't believe that. I think that I think their populace just doesn't give a shit enough to go to war with us, and their government might, but again, they rely on their populace, and that's, you know, unlike the U.S., the average Chinese guy is not willing to die for his country. So, I don't know that would be the case. China is a losing battle for China. What's more likely to happen is China's very likely to close the borders off again and basically kick everybody out and just do like they did back in the 70s and just say, fuck everybody. Nobody comes in, nobody goes out. That's far more likely, especially if they can get raw material deals in place with Northern Europe and India and places like that. They'll quit fucking dealing with everybody. They just want to be left alone. They want to be homogenous. They don't like outsiders to start with. So China's the least of my issues. A far more pressing issue is our own government. Yeah, propaganda is for our enemies. Debt ceiling. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. This is a problem that we have, is the spending. The fact that nobody even understands the spending is even better. All right, so guys, I need to while I'm taking a break, I'm going to drink something. That's the wrong one. While I'm a little parched. What do you guys think realistically needs to be done to correct the homeless issue in the U.S.? In Author Daya's opinion, the problem is our non-discretionary welfare, Social Security, Medicare spending, plus the debt payments. You could wipe out all discretionary spending and still have a deficit. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, you know. Actually, our problem is how we take care of Americans. I'm going to sound, for a couple, you guys are going to have to just bear with me for a minute, because I may sound like a leftist here for a minute. Our problem is how we take care of Americans, and the massive amount of money that is spent every year with the very excellent intention of providing for Americans that can't provide for themselves, of taking care of our mentally incompetent, our physically disabled, and the people in our society that need a little help. This is a serious problem. all of our welfare and social services systems are abused. Damien is not wrong in saying it's feminism, because for the most part, it's women that staff those positions. I'm not saying every person that staffs them is a woman, but most of the time, those positions are staffed by women, and most of the time, those women have severe attitude problems, and we see it over and over again. I literally watched 2 hours of video last night of school board and child protective service videos, where these angry fucking women just destroy families and destroy people's livelihoods and whatnot. So I'm going to go with, as much as I would like to say that there's an easy solution, I don't believe there is. I agree that we need to secure the borders, right? And look, even Eisenhower understood that, right? Does everybody remember that Eisenhower literally deported? Hang on, there's a stat on this. Give me one sec. Let me pop up my Google foo. Wrong button. Pop up the Google foo for a second. So in 1954, Eisenhower deported 1.3 million people in 1954. Can be done. Can be done, folks. Eisenhower, the man, the myth, the legend, he proved it. He proved it. So when we start talking about these things, and we do need to talk about them, right? This is an important thing. So if I were going to give a prescription, not a proscription, but a prescription for the idea that we're going to have issue, we're going to have, we got to make things better, right? We got to stop the bleed, so to speak. If I'm starting that prescription, then right out of the gate, the first thing I'm going to say is we have to stop spending money on shit that doesn't work. I'm not even sure what that is. I don't care, Arthur Dye. I think that you underestimate the power of the not care within me. I don't care about the optics. I don't give a shit. And I think that's a lie anyway. I think that's an excuse that feminists use to not do it. That's bullshit. Why do you say things like that? That's dumb. How about the 9 million people that are housed in New York right now? Do you guys understand the problem that New York has right now? All right, let me lay this out for you. New York City has an issue right now. I don't know if you guys know this. I only know this because I was paying some attention to some shit that my real estate agent sent me. Do you know that one of the reasons why immigrants bust themselves to New York City? Anybody have an idea? Because New York City has a right to housing law, Fair Housing Act, or whatever the fuck they call it. What that means is if you get off the bus in New York City, you are guaranteed by law housing for 30 days on the taxpayer's dime. and there are buses arriving every day. So all of the facilities are maxed out all the time. So every 30 day or every day, people that have been there for 30 days get kicked out into the street and new people come in. 30 days free housing. You can't go outside of the shelter, spend a few days, and come back in and get another 30 days. Once you're there for 30 days, you're blacklisted. You can't go to another shelter. So we're going to get into all that. I understand all of the Colorado stuff. We'll get into the Colorado stuff. I'm talking specifically about New York City because they have 9 million plus illegal immigrants in New York City right now today. Plus 9 million plus. We need to deport every one of those fuckers. Every single one of them. So New York City has this law in place. So now they're building tent cities. The problem is New York City has laws against tent cities that they've been ignoring. But now they can't. Now the city says they've got to take care of it. You cannot have tent cities in New York City. So they're literally going through all the parks and tearing the tents down and moving these people out. And these people have nowhere to go. So they are living on the streets. New York City's own laws that are meant to keep people from living on the streets are putting people on the streets. Their mayor and their governor have both failed their cities and state because the very laws that they supported are causing the populace a massive problem. Now they have gangs that literally go into, by the way, New York has decriminalized shoplifting for goods under $1,000. So these, first of all, most retailers now have made almost everything of value $1,000 plus. So you walk in and want an iPhone, it's $1,000, $1,300, $1,400, whatever the fuck it is. Everything's over $1,000. They literally have shoplifting rings that are going into and cleaning out. Like there was a Foot Locker that was mobbed and literally cleaned out. Now, some of these people get arrested and some of them don't. But again, this is a massive problem that New York City brought on itself. So when you tell me, Arthur Daya, that the optics would be bad, I see your point, but I raise you New York City. I could clean out New York City alone and get 9 million people, 9 million illegal immigrants out of this country. Literally truck them right back to the border of Mexico and push them across the border and stand there and make them leave. Okay? You do that. Which is what we should do. That's one city. We can go to Colorado. Colorado is another city that's in trouble. Colorado has a problem. Angel Berber, I'm management, not labor. I have to work. Colorado has a big problem as well. Colorado doesn't have 9 million illegal immigrants, but they do have somewhere around, depending on the numbers you believe, 1.3 to 3 million illegal immigrants in Colorado. Now, most of those are in the city of Denver. And that stands to reason because all of the other cities are very small and have very active police departments. And they, and the rest of it's really rugged, and you're just not going to survive out there if you don't have a job. So most of these people are in Colorado. Most of the legal immigrants are in Denver area. They have taken over apartment buildings by force and kicked people out. They've literally had able-bodied illegal immigrants kicking out residents of assisted living or and by assisted, I mean financially assisted, low housing, Section 8, whatever. They've literally gone in, with sticks and knives and guns and other weapons and push people out of their homes and taking over their homes, robbing them, taking all their money, taking all their possessions, and literally throwing them out of their houses. Now, the police have stepped in and they have pushed those people back out into the street and put their people back in. The problem is those homeless people, those immigrants, those illegal immigrants are still there. They don't really know what to do with them. But it's not going to matter much longer because the winter is going to come and that's going to solve the fucking problem because it gets fucking cold as shit. And people aren't going to be sleeping under bridges and all of that. And I hope that this encourages so many of them to do as back in the olden days and hit the trail for Mexico. So that's what they should do. Should run away down to Mexico land. Now let's move to California. Okay, so we could get rid of another. So now we got 9 million out of New York. We can get rid of 3 million out of Colorado. Wouldn't hurt my feelings, and it wouldn't hurt anybody else's feelings either. These are fucking criminals, Arthur Daya. These are not people that just want to come here for a job. They're fucking criminals. A lot of them are Venezuelan. A lot of them are gangs. So those people got to go. Fuck those guys. Send them on their way. Now, let's move to California, specifically Southern California. Northern California, again, it gets cold there. So you don't really get the same quality of immigrant squatter that you do like you would in other places. So like in LA has a lot of them. Again, because of the weak leadership in California, you have people robbing entire stores. Walmart in LA has shut down. That's not a fucking lie. You can look it up. They shut down. Hotels in downtown LA shut down. Neiman Marcus, downtown LA, shut down because they were getting stolen from so much. And you know that it's fucking bad when Walmart pulls out. Right? Like that's fucking horrible. like you really fucked up if you pissed Walmart off because they don't give a shit, right? They could lose whatever. They don't give a shit. Walmart has pulled out and shut down stores throughout LA, Orange County, all of that. Why? Because people would go in and steal them blind. And there was nothing that Walmart could do about it because of the way the local laws were. Same thing with many other retailers. Many other retailers said, no, we can't do it. We're not going to do it. This is bad. There's no upside here for us. Why do we want to be here and have these issues? There's no reason. But they're what I think between San Diego and LA. I think there. I mean, I don't know how many millions of illegals there are, but there are more. There's at least 2 or 3 million. Let's just say that we could get an easy 12 million illegal immigrants out of our system. That'd be great. Why would we not do that? Why would we not do that? Can anyone give me a reason why we would not do that? I mean, it seems really normal to me to not want to have to basically have all of our shit stolen all the time and have people live in fear of being robbed, brutalized, beaten, whatever. Angel Berber says, yes, the social wasteland of California, illegals massively growing our population of Serranos, Norteños, Mexican Mafia, and MS-13 gangs, keeping their ranks nice and strong. The thing is that they got to go. They got to go. We can't move forward as Americans until we make America America again. It's not even a question of making America great again. We just need to make America America again. And America has laws and rules. And one of those rules is that if you want to come here, cool, fucking great. We love immigrants, but you got to do it the right way. No exceptions for no one. Trump did say he would deport, and he was blocked at every turn by the liberals in Congress. Yeah. Actually, most presidents have said that they would deport illegals or they would handle the illegal problem. But once they get into office, it doesn't matter much what the president says because Congress refuses to do anything about it. That's where it is. The problem is it doesn't, Mr. That doesn't happen at all. Actually, I'm going to highlight this one. This is wrong. Cheap labor provides profit growth for very wealthy. Migrants are counted on census, then more Congress seats as a result. Elon Musk reported on this. Yeah. So here's the thing. This is halfway accurate. First, the illegals are not working, and they're not working for cheap. They're living off of our social programs. This is not guesswork. This is not mythology. This is fucking facts. You can just look at the people in New York City and the response in the black community, the liberal leftist black community. Go read what they're saying. Boots on the ground. People man on the street, listen to what they're saying about how these illegal immigrants are coming in and taking money and resources that traditionally have gone to help the low-income black, white, Italian, etc. communities, and all of these funds, all of these programs, all of these things are actually being used up by these illegal immigrants who do nothing. And that's a real problem. They're not working. That's the exact problem, is that it's not at all that it's honestly not at all that the immigrants are coming in and doing cheap labor. That if that were the case, that'd be fucking great. How the cost of houses would go down, the cost of fruit would go down, the cost of fucking everything would go down. But that's not the case. I would love for that to happen. That's just simply not the case. Yeah. It's interesting that the mass amnesty I think did work though. I don't necessarily agree with the mass amnesty. Arthur Dye, yes, we directly subsidize immigrants or Spanish migration because we pay for schools to teach Spanish, and we have schools that teach in Spanish specifically. And so that's and they're just not working. The problem is that I would have a lot more sympathy. I actually have a lot of sympathy for Jose, the Mexican guy who doesn't want a life as a drug mule or working on a plantation somewhere growing pot or cocaine or processing fentanyl or some shit like that. I have a lot of respect for that guy who comes up and he works as a migrant worker, which, by the way, there's a term for that. Migrant does not mean an illegal immigrant. A migrant is a completely different meaning. But they're using that term specifically to invoke a picture of something that is not the case. However, I digress. I don't want to. What we're talking about here is really simple. If it is not the case, but if it were the case that you had Juan and Jose come up here like they used to, and work as janitors, work construction jobs, work whatever, and they send their money back home. They do a job, they do it fair. They work an honest day's work. Hey, no problem. But that's not what's happening. 9 million illegals in New York City. What fields are they tending in New York City? What gardening are they doing? What construction is happening in New York City? What carpentry are they doing? Fucking answer me. What are they doing in New York City? Are they in the financial district? What? No? You don't know? Silence, right? Silence. What the fuck are they doing? What jobs? What low rent jobs are they doing in New York City? 9 million of them. Parking? Are they parking lot attendants? All of them? Anyone? What fruit trees in New York City are they picking? I'm going to tell you, they're not doing shit in New York City except eating up your tax dollars. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing. 9 million. And that was at last count. It's probably 10, 11, 12 million. I don't know. There's nothing for them to do in New York City. They're camping out in fucking Central Park. They're taking over hotels. Nothing for them to do in New York City. Not one damn thing. There's nothing for them to do there. There's no jobs. The Mexican restaurants all have plenty of cooks. They don't need any more busboys in the Vietnamese restaurants. We have all the Asian hookers we need. New York, there's no jobs for them. There's nothing for them. There's no cheap labor they're going to perform. Purdue Chicken's in Atlanta, isn't it? That's way, way far away from New York City. And we have all the Asian prostitutes that we need. The problem, Arthur Dye, is that nobody wants a handy from a military age male. Nobody wants that. Yeah, I did see the unemployment numbers. That's fucking funny. But guys, come on, man. Let's be honest here. So let's get a butt. Let's look. Super easy, guys. We get a train. We put all these people on it. We send them straight from Syracuse all the way down to Texas. And we let Governor Abbott walk them right across the fucking border at gunpoint and tell them if they come back again, bring papers or don't come back. How hard is that? That's not hard. The National Guards need something to do. They need to drill, right? Like we've got people in place. We have a plan. You know, we don't actually need a wall. You know what we need is we need people patrolling the border with firearms and the ability to use those as needed. That's what we need. We've had people south of the border for 100 years. Wasn't a problem because we would shoot them and they knew it. And yeah. Right. They got to quit coming across the border. They come across the border because they know nobody's going to shoot them. Our border patrol literally has orders to help them. Do you understand that? I don't think you understand the reality, guys. The reality is that if our border patrol, whose job it used to be to arrest and, if necessary, to shoot people illegally crossing the border, like every other country on the planet, their job has been changed. Their TOE has been changed, or pardon me, ROE, not TOE. Their ROE has been changed that they help them across the border now. They do not shoot them like they should. I didn't do it. I did not do it. Hey, Chaotic Truth, man. Good to see you in the chat. If you want to come up, I believe we're just about to the hour where I do callers. Yeah, man, we've been flying through this show. If you want to come up, that'd be great. We can talk all about this. But look, guys, seriously, I don't want to get too distracted here. There's no way that any of you guys are going to convince me that there's any reason for the borders to be open. Our border patrol needs to be cleared to fire as needed, at will. Make the decision. That's what they're there for. We need to get rid of the 9 million illegal immigrants in New York City. We need to get rid of the 2 to 3 million, depending on whose numbers you believe, the illegal immigrants in Colorado, most of them in Denver. We need to get rid of as many as possible of the illegal immigrants in California, period. There's just no reason for it. Okay, get rid of them. And I don't care, Arthur Daya. They can literally, it's totally cool. They can have pictures on the news. But let me show you a picture, Arthur Daya. This is I almost forgot about this. I'm really glad that you brought this up, because this is what we call one of those educational moments, where people like me have to show people like you who are somewhat educated, but not educated in what I would consider a meaningful way on a lot of issues. Let me help you out here because I don't know if you remember this. I do, because I pay attention and I really try hard not to forget important things. And one of the most important things was this right here. And this is something we shall not forget, ladies and gentlemen. So you think that the optics would be bad, right? You think that the optics would be a real problem and all of that. You believe that? Here, let me show you this. Give me one second. There we go. What do you think about that, Arthur Daya? Yeah. I don't forget shit like that. because it's important. I agree, however, I agree with this guy. I'm going to show this, and we're going to. Well, sorry, there we go. I agree with this. So if we wanted to sum up my philosophy in a single picture, this would probably be about it. And normally, I don't normally go too wild with the stuff on the screen, but it's a day. We're having a good day. Here we go. This is it came, and that's the way. That is the way. Because an invasion must be treated like an invasion, folks. What more can I say? Martell 2024. That's right. That's right. That's right. But I'm just saying. Just saying, folks. Hey, look, they're just jokes. They're not going to hurt you. Don't worry. You might even get a sense of humor out of it. Yeah. That's true. The wall that Egypt built, by the way, Arthur Dyer, I don't want you to think I missed this. Arthur Dyer is correct. The Egyptians built a wall that nobody gets across, and that's what we need to do. We need to buck up, make shit happen. All right. We got to get some courage here. Angel Berber, you are correct, sir. You are much, much correct. But I think it's really important, guys, to understand that this is where a lot of our money goes. This is, what Arthur Dyer was talking about at the beginning of the show, when she said that most of the money that she can track, I don't believe it is most of the money, but I will agree it's a large percentage of the money goes for social programs, Social Security, and debt service. Well, okay, sure. I go with that. Here's the thing. We've got to have more control over how we deal with people who need the need help. Because people do need help from time to time. People do actually need and want people actually do need help from time to time. I'm not saying that we should cut out social programs 100%. I do believe that we need to make our social programs much more focused. They need to be administrated much better, because at the end of the day, it's the public's money. And if you are in control of something like that, you owe a duty to the public to spend and use that money as wisely as possible. Right? Okay. So we have to put people in place. We have to put systems in place, if you will, that make it so people are still getting taken care of, and but at the same time, our money is being spent properly. Just like any other corporation, any other business who would go out of business if they didn't do the right thing. Now, here is an important point that I think a lot of people, and again, I know that in some ways today, I I sound a little bit left-leaning or socially progressive in some of the things I'm saying. Look, I believe that people should there should be help for people, for some people that actually need it. There should be help there. I don't disagree with that. Now, the way that I think that should be given is different. First of all, I do not believe that Social Security and welfare are sustainable, and I think that we need to get rid of both of those programs. I do not believe that people should be able to just go on welfare willy-nilly, and it's administered by people who have a large amount of latitude in what they can and cannot do, and therefore the system is abused more often than not. I am far more in favor of supporting church organizations and other organizations that are administered by people who weigh each case individually very carefully. And I'm much more in favor of actual community services than Social Security and welfare. Don't ask me how that would work. That's not something I do, but there has to be a way to do it because it worked before. Now, on the other side of this, if we want to talk about the mental health crisis, and I think that is a big place where a big thing that we do need to talk about. We need to talk about the mental health problems in our society. A large number of our homeless are actually just mentally ill, and they don't get the help they need. And a lot of them prefer to be homeless rather than be in mental health facilities. And the way our laws currently exist, they can't do anything about it. The mental health facilities can't do anything about it. There's nothing can be done. Nobody can do anything. And so it is what it is. I don't have an answer for that. I think the bill that Reagan signed, basically abolishing the mental health system in this country, was a bad idea. I don't remember who actually wrote that, but whoever wrote it was wrong. And I think that it's we do need those facilities in this country. And I think that originally I thought that private mental health systems would be better, but I don't think they are. I think they're worse because I think that they have no incentive to actually heal people and get them to move them through. And here's a problem that we face when we talk about these systems, right? So if you're in a mental health system and you are, if you're in a mental health system and you're you're in a private system, you're probably going to get kicked out when your insurance runs out. But if your insurance is going to pay for it, they'll keep you there until that happens. They have very little incentive to turn you loose. The same thing happens in a government-run system. That facility, most of those facilities are semi-private, not fully government-run, and their incentive is not to treat you and get you out and get you help, make you better, and move you out and forward in life. They need to keep that bed occupied, so they're keeping that $150 or $200 or $300 or whatever dollars a day per bed that the hospital makes. And this is a problem that the entire health industry faces, but it's especially fucked up when it comes to mental health. And I don't know how to fix it. I wish I did. I wish I could like just wake up one morning and have a bright idea that just said, hey, this is how we fix the mental health industry. I don't know how to do it. The problem that we have is that it costs money to support those. And the room for abuse of that is massive. The lack of oversight is ridiculous. Even if there is oversight, since it's mental health, there's almost always some justification somewhere to keep a person in a paying bed rather than turn them loose. And this is tough, guys. I don't have the answer there. It's really bad. It's really bad. But it's also a massive drain on our system because we're paying for social programs on both sides of that, but the healthcare system and the social systems that keep them safe on the street or safer on the street. It's really terrible. It's really bad. I don't have the answer. I wish I did, but we need to find an answer. There are smart people out there that could come up with a good answer for this. The problem is I don't see how it's gonna go anywhere. Right. I have not been able to follow chat, so I don't know where you guys are. You guys are rambling on. I don't know. But yeah. All right, guys, we are at the point where I welcome callers up onto the show. If you have something that you want to say, express, doesn't necessarily need to be about this show, about this subject matter. But if it is, that's fine too. And well, welcome callers. And what you need to do is you need to get with a mod, and I actually need to give the mod a link. I need to give one of the mods a link. Let me do that now. And I will and let's see, anybody else? Well, I just put it in a public chat over there, so that's fine, I guess. I think I did. I like where Angel Berber and Damien seem to be on this, and that is the family taking care of the family, taking care of the family members, and I think that's good. I think that's good. I think that's real good. Guys, while I'm waiting for to see if anyone will come up, the other day we didn't have any callers. I was really surprised. While I'm waiting to see if we're going to have any callers, let's talk about what's going to happen the rest of the week. On Wednesday night, I will have basically will be a monologue show. I do not currently have a guest scheduled. That may change between now and then. Between now and Wednesday evening, I will be changing the studio around. It will have a different look to it, a different feel on Wednesday, so be expecting that. Yes, Arthur Dye has been up many times, Serene. Thank you. Yeah, she comes up. She can come up anytime. But we're going to have, so I have that going on. I'm releasing 2 clips a day from various shows. They go to YouTube and to X, Twitter. So if you haven't, check those out. Find them on Twitter, like them, push those numbers up for me. I would really appreciate it. That's all good. I did add a new emoji. If you haven't seen it yet, it's fantastic. It is a GIF, which for some reason YouTube hates, but it looks awesome anyway. And we're going to have a good time there. So Thursday afternoon, the show will more than likely, unless some big news comes out, Thursday afternoon, we're going to do the show. I'm going to do the show on some finance. It's going to be mostly a financial show, and we're going to talk more about understanding what we're going to try and understand what a lot of these things mean in the various markets, and why you have to be really careful because people will take advantage of you. I also we'll talk more about taxation, because I think most people don't really understand taxation and why it matters who we vote on and put into office. And also we'll probably talk about why Congress is just as important as a presidency, which is weird because so few people vote in congressional elections. It's really, really interesting. And so that'll probably be Thursday afternoon show. Friday night show will be the chill stream, which will be reversed. Normally Saturday night is the chill stream, but Saturday night I have a guest scheduled who's going to be awesome. You guys are going to love him. He's really good. We're going to have a great time on that show. So that'll be this week. In the meantime, like I said, the set's going to change. A lot of stuff's going to change, and I'm moving this. I'm going to move all of this forward. Also, going forward, I'm doing some things to potentially have in studio guests. I can't do in studio. I don't want to do in studio guest here because this is my house. I'm literally in my backyard in my airplane shed. And while it sounds cool to have people over in my airplane shed, it is in my backyard. I don't know that I want people here. However, I will have I am looking at a space specifically to do podcasts with live guests, and maybe we'll do one of those a month or two of those a month, something like that. So the format's going to change a little bit. I'm just trying new stuff. Still don't have any guests coming up. Nobody wants to come up. Nobody wants to express their very valid but yet wrong opinions. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody. It's okay if you don't. I mean, look, I get it. It's fine. But you know. Oh, somebody's beeping in. Let's see. We got. I really actually like the airplane shed. When I built it very solidly and it's very quiet. Last night I had or night before last, it was literally thunderstorming and you couldn't tell. Like nobody knew it was thunderstorming here the entire time I was on the air. It's very cool. So. Oh, poor guy. Just can't keep my name out of his mouth. That's really funny. I'll look at that later, Raging Patriot. Thank you for that. I saw that. So. Mister, come on up, buddy. Come on up. Oh, you guys want to see this? Hang on a second. I'll show it. I'll throw it on my, I'm not going to. Hang on a second here. I got to get over here. Nah, I can't show it. Dude's got his shirt off, man. We can't do that. I'll have to look at it later and figure it out. It's dumb, though. It's really funny. Oh, he's live now. How gay can you get? Golly. Yeah, I can't do it. The guy's live. I'll have to clip it later, maybe. I don't know. It's not worth it, guys. It's low tier, low caliber stuff. I don't yeah. Low tier, low caliber. Well, I never get I haven't gotten any strikes or anything. You need the link to the Discord? I got you, bro. I got you. Give me 1 sec. I got you. Bam, right there. Got you. Yeah. For some stupid reason, I posted the StreamYard link in the main chat. I don't know if the mods have deleted it yet, but I did that because it was because I'm stupid. That's why. I can be stupid. It's okay. At least I can admit it. Other people have problems even admitting that they make mistakes. Let me see if I can't get some. I hate bugging Glenn. I think today's one of Glenn's. We got Arthur Daya on. Welcome, Arthur Daya. How are you? No, Mike. Mike. Say something. Say something intelligent. All right, one more time. I'm going to try again. Where did that?
How about now?
Now we can hear you. Got Angel Berber coming on. There we go.
Why does my camera not work?
I don't know. Got to turn it on, I guess.
Thought it was on.
Look at that. There you are.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
All right. So, yeah, I got these two stories.
All right.
If I come up,
stories.
Yeah, if I come up, what I usually do is I'm going to cite the like where they come from, what media source. That way, if you move it to somewhere else, they can't come at you and say, "Oh, it's fake." So,
that's all good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So this is from the Daily Mail, and this one kind of stood out to me because of all the escalations that have been happening. Where there was a report not too long ago of Russian subs like off the coast and whatnot, and how we're having like issues with Venezuela. So I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on this, but yeah, this one's from the Daily Mail, and they say that the United States sees Maduro. For anyone that doesn't know, he's the Venezuelan leader. Maduro's plane got seized by the United States and moved to Florida, and I was reading a little bit into it, and I was like, okay, something doesn't seem right about this story because they're leaving out a bunch of other stuff, but that's not a good sign with all the stuff that's been going on. So I don't like that one bit, because first of all, we know the history of Venezuela and how their government is and whatnot. How our government was pulling oil from them after we decided, oh, we don't, screw our energy costs. And if you look more into it, their oil is like, it's like Oreo. It's like tar with a bunch of chunks in it. Like,
yeah. Actually,
to
I think that's what they
process.
call
I
it.
think Venezuela actually holds a significant reserve of oil as well as gold that has never been tapped. They're actually a very wealthy nation, even though they don't actually use their resources.
They were a wealthy nation.
It's crazy though. Like I look at that and I go, okay, why is our government? I mean, apparently they got them over the Dominican Republic. Now, if I don't know something, I'm going to come out and ask. I'm not going to be stupid and pretend I know something. Now, I mean, is the Dominican Republic in our like umbrella? They're not part of our country, correct? So how can we seize a foreign country's plane in another country? Like that to me screams like, okay, what just happened? But they won't, you know, speculate on it. It's just, if anyone wants to go read on it, it's at the Daily Mail. But I don't know what's going on with that. But that scares me a little bit because of the Russian ties to, these other countries that are socialist or whatever. So, and not to say that with all the stuff that's happening, like I like how the vice president doesn't want anything to do with the Ukraine war, and that's why they hate him. But on the other hand, you can't look at people on our side who are going, I don't want these wars, and say, oh, you're a Putin lover, you love communism. It's like it's retarded to just correlate the two. It's got nothing to do with it. You could be anti-war and still not like the commies. But anyway. So the second one that I looked at that I thought you should know about, this one really pissed me off, but it's I should preface this by saying it's from an Israel source reporting. The IDF announces that 6 of the hostages found dead in the Rafah tunnel, and that happened. I think it was yesterday, the day before. So, yeah, it's not good either. I looked at that and I was like, oh, great. Now, for us that watch this stuff in context, take your bias out of it for a minute and just be like, okay, whatever your opinions are of the war and stuff like this, just take it out for a minute and understand that, 2 major facts about what's going on overseas are this. Our citizens, right? Forget the rest. Obviously, you're a humanitarian, you care, but when it comes to our citizens, we have citizens, non-military personnel that are still out there, and they're who the hell knows where they're at. So that's one of the things I look for when I look through these stories, because if you've served or whatever and you've been in some of these places, you really care to understand like how horrible some of these countries are and how people just disappear, like the whole Afghan thing. And people are like, oh, our guys died and everything like that. Of course I care, but you can't argue the opposite fact that like some people are like, oh, it is your job to take care of this stuff because you're a military member. Well, when you're arguing with people that have no morals, I always say you have to argue with what's fair, because they can't argue that. So the way I look at it in terms of American civilian casualties or MIA, and I go, we still have people missing. Now I'm not pro-war, but it's just ridiculous. I mean, I don't know what your thoughts on that are, but
I can say one thing real quick on Venezuela is that the Justice Department is alleging that the airplane was bought for $13 million using a shell company in the U.S.
Are we getting some feedback off of somebody's mic?
it's probably mine. I'll take it off and I'll go mute while you guys talk.
Okay.
Let me try again. So the U.S. Justice Department is saying that the Venezuelans used a shell company to illegally acquire the plane from the U.S. using a shell company, which was in violation of U.S. sanctions against Venezuela. And so they were essentially seizing back the airplane, which was purchased in violation of sanctions when they had the opportunity while it was over the Dominican Republic. So that's their explanation. And then, Gert, I don't know, you were going to comment on the hostage situation over in Israel, I think.
No, I don't really have an opinion on what Israel does right now. They're at war, so I don't. If it's going to be if you're actually going to be at war, then be at war, right? Like there's a, and they are, and so I'm not going to judge anything they do. All bets are off when you're at war. Hostages, bombing, whatever. Like if I'm shocked at the restraint that the small hats have shown. And because if it were us, no, it would have been we would have done so much worse already that it's crazy. Just my opinion. And that's the only opinion I have on it. It's war. All bets are off. I'm not going to armchair quarterback somebody else's war. I do enough of that with our wars. So
Can you hear me, or is my mic
I
good?
hear you perfectly. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so my whole thing with this is like, from a military perspective, if they really wanted our guys back, or if there wasn't something else, whatever people's like theories are on this, if there wasn't something else going on there, we would say, okay, the answer is quite simple. I'm flexing my arm. You know, we can destroy anyone on Earth. That's how powerful we are.
Sure.
I want my guys back. You're going to give them back, and that's the end of it. And if you don't do it, I'm going to go and take them. Why the hell haven't we done that? There doesn't need to be this like, okay, we're gonna extend this out for, you know, how many ever minutes or you know, years or whatever. Like the Afghan war that cost like 20, I think it was like $1 trillion. You could and you could source it through this document called the Afghan Papers. You can go, and for anyone that wants to go read that. But anyway, the point is, if it really mattered to our government, okay, they would go, look, I'm not playing a game where we're going to negotiate. You're going to give them back, or we're going to go and take them back, however that looks like. I don't understand why this is, you know, the way it is. People, oh, well, they might do this, that. It's like, no. Our guys are out there. We need to get them back. End of story. Now, I don't want a war, you know, but these stupid idiots, they play these games, you know, and it kind of reminds me of the whole petrodollar Saudi deal. Remember that? The deal that they had, that Biden administration ruined with the Saudis. We had, you know, where they can only sell to certain people, and because they broke that up, you know, our dollar was weakened because of that. But these people want to play these stupid games of like, it's like high school on a higher level. Oh, well, who's popular with who? I don't really care. Like this stuff is ridiculous, you know?
Well, historically, our policy has been, though, that we do not negotiate for hostages with terrorists because it encourages hostage taking. So our U.S. policy is that we'll do things like sanctions and veto countries that take hostages, but we won't negotiate with them. And if we go in there and try to forcefully take them, which, you know, we have at times, I think, had special missions to go try to do that type of things for hostages. But we do risk inciting larger wars, particularly with Iran being the not so silent supporter of Hamas.
Yeah, well, I get all that, but never before has it been like this where, okay, You know, maybe some people that are under the age of 20 don't get it, but if we ever had civilians that were out there like that, we wouldn't be playing these stupid games 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be different. This is, I don't know what these idiots are doing.
I mean, so let's just put it into perspective, right? Carter fucked up the handling of hostages, and we lost an entire helicopter crew and the hostages. We remember that?
Yeah, no, I remember.
Before Reagan
remember
came
that?
into office.
So
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, there's been some mistakes.
Come a long
no doubt,
way.
but-
We've come a long way, but here's the thing: if we have American hostages somewhere, we can get them back. We're America. We can do whatever the fuck we want. People, I mean, I don't think. Look, we always have this bullshit, like what somebody else said. Hey, if there's a war, we're going to get dragged into it. No, we're not. If we don't want to be in the war, we won't be, because we are military superiority. Period. End of list. Nobody can do anything to us. We can't knock them down. There's nothing anybody can put up that we can't knock down. There's not a boat we can't sink. There's not a place on the planet we can't destroy, period. So here's the thing. If there were American hostages involved and we haven't gone to get them, well, that's an administration issue. It's not an American issue, which it becomes an American issue just because we elected those retards. But beyond that, that's it. If Israeli has taken hostages and somebody wants us to negotiate on their behalf, why would we? It's not our war. Why do we care? If Gaza takes Israeli hostages and kills them, which has happened, and Israeli asks us for help, maybe we help them, maybe we don't. If it benefits us, maybe we do. But in most regards right now, I don't think it really benefits us.
Yeah, so, I think one of the other. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Greg. I don't mean to do that. I just think that one of the other important facts that we got to kind of put into all this craziness happening is, and they don't like people bringing up this point, but Iran has been attacking our military assets in that region for the last year and a half, and it's been unanswered. So I wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, so far we've only been defensive.
Right.
We haven't. Naaman, you're wrong. Israel is at war right now, and we are not in war. You were wrong, sir. I hate telling you that, but you're wrong. Israel will fight this entire war on its own. Now, if we gave, just like we gave the UK help to fight the Nazis, we'll give Israel help to fight the terrorists in Gaza. That's fine. Who cares?
Yeah, I agree with you, Grid. And the
thing has nothing to do with us getting in the war. Now, what would get us into war is exactly what Mr. Mister is talking about, and that is if Gaza and Iran and Iraq team up again, if the boys get the band back together, all bets are off. And that actually could, it may not be an Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm bullshit again. The next time it could just be paint the walls red, turn the ground to glass.
Well, what I don't like about
it around over there.
Yeah, what I don't like about it too is you got these people out here, and I'm going to say I'm still learning about this stuff, so I don't sure. say what we should do involving this. I just say like what's happening. But you have people out there who are pro this or pro that, and I'm not going to do that because I don't want to say that particular thing on your channel. But what I will say is they look to another war that's going on in Europe, and they want to say that they're gonna go in one direction on one side and then go on a completely other in the other war. And I look at that and I go, to me that's very hypocritical. And then what I say to them is just this: why has Europe put a no-fly zone ban on Iran flights. So for all those who want to talk about the one war minus the other, I just have a question for people to go look at. Why would NATO put a no-flight zone up for Iran planes? So that's all I got to say about that. I don't know what you think.
Again, I don't think any of this is abnormal in war. And look, I understand you don't believe they're at war, but they're in a war. They're under the rules of war. Am I wrong about that?
No, Israel has officially declared war on Hamas. You're not wrong.
I believe that they declared war. And that's so. It was one of those things where a few months ago, I had someone on my channel. I'm not going to say who it is, but they were like really upset that the Israelis, the IDF had like machine gunned vehicle that was moving towards them, that was told to stop and didn't stop, and it ended up being like an ambulance with some kids in it or something like that. I don't know. And I'm like, well, that's what happens in war. If they tell you to not fucking move, don't fucking move, because it's war, and people will, people are trying to kill other people and they know it. This is not a police action. This is not a friendly, little disagreement. We're all just standing around waiting for the big politicians to sort it out. This is war, trenches, people dying. It's bad. It's bad.
Well, and the terrorists specifically use human shields, right? They
Sure.
have their headquarters under the
Yeah,
hospital.
the Nazis did too.
They ride around their Hamas officials in ambulances, because that way
Sure.
it looks bad if we bomb an ambulance because the Hamas guys were in there. They purposely put the hostages, including our guys, in the tunnel system, so Israel can't just go blast the tunnel system out because they don't want to hurt the hostages. They purposely use human shields. And so, yes, we are probably going to kill innocent people, or the Israelis are, in war when you go and try to get the bad guys. In World War II, we killed tons of innocent people in the name of trying to take out the bad guys.
Yeah, no, look, hey, it's you can't, you cannot. No, that's not TOS if you're using it in historical context, Siege. It's not TOS. It is if I were calling someone such a thing, however, not in context. But the thing is that it's war. You can't keep the what am I trying to say here without being a dick?
I get exactly what you're saying. Like, you're going to have cannon fodder regardless of what path you're going.
You have to understand that region of the world's been literally fighting for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, guys. They just don't stop. That's what they want to do. It is part of their life. He can't.
That's kind of to lighten the mood a little bit. Did you hear that our national security advisor in that committee hearing where they're like, could you tell us in the truth about if we have boots on the ground in Gaza? And the guy was like, well, we have a floating dock in the port, and then our guys are asking him, they're like, well, if they get fired upon, do we fire back? And he's like, yes, we do. And he's like, well, how is that not boots on the ground? And he's like, well, they're on a port.
They're on a boat. They're on a boat. That's why it's not boots on the ground. They're on a boat. I get it. I get it. Sorry, guys. I gotta jot off a quick note. And But yeah, I just don't care. I guess that's actually my thing. I don't care what the Israelis do. I support them more than I do Hamas, because Hamas are terrorists, literally terrorists. Beyond that, I don't care. If they want guns, cool. If they want to buy stuff, cool. If they want to come here and raise money, if they want to come here and raise money like the Irish did back in the 60s and for the IRA, that's cool.
Not that as a humanitarian, I don't value, the loss of life and everything like that. However, you look at what happened in Yemen. I mean, even China looked at that and was like, what the heck are they doing? Those pirates. So for anyone that doesn't understand what happened with that, like, there's a waterway that everyone uses, right? Mm-hmm. It's like a port, where a path for shipping, and they blocked it. So, it isn't just one country that's having problems with that. It's a buttload of people from different countries that are like, you can't just.
Again, this is all the same stuff that we saw in World War II. It's the same thing, except instead of UK and Germany, it's Israel and Gaza. That's all, right? It's the same thing to us. Materially, it's the same thing. We will supply them. We'll support them. We have people. We have advisors. Advisors, just like we did. Just like we did.
Air quotes.
Advisors there. We have specialists in place. As a matter of fact, it's actually we're more invested in the UK originally, but right now, just because we were already over there fighting anyway, we probably have assets there that nobody knows about.
Well, I think what people are objecting to is that we give a lot of foreign aid to Israel, and that foreign aid is contractually obligated to be used to buy military-grade weapons back from U.S. companies. So it's a
why would you object to that?
Military-industrial complex thing.
Okay, why would I object?
We do the same thing in Ukraine, where we give money.
Hold on.
Some of that money gets sent to BlackRock to go buy a bunch of military supplies.
Sure. Why? Why do I object to that? Is that not fueling our economy?
Well, it's using taxpayer money. It's not.
Well. Here's my problem with what you just said. It's not that I disagree that you could have an opinion to have a problem, but when you look at the flip side, which is the point I brought up before, okay, that bill that they passed, it had like 8 to 10 billion for Israel. But then all of a sudden you're going to throw in 60 billion for a different war, and people are screaming about 8 billion when you have over 250 going to a different place, and you have people in our own government wearing that country's flag. Like, they don't have a problem with the other one. Like, it to me, it's like, I don't push back on, all right, you have a right to your opinion that this is wrong, but you look at one and you're like, well, I don't like the funding of this, and it's like, well, if you don't like the funding of that, then why do you support, or why do not have a problem with 250 billion in assets and another 250 billion in actual tax dollars going to the other one, and here's the plan. You ready for this? This is the plan. There is no plan. We are going to fund it indefinitely. That is the plan. Like, so, I mean, in context, I look at that, I'm like, I don't get it. Like, I do not get their argument on that at all.
There's not even a specific budget breakdown as to where the money is going for these donations.
Yeah, and that's part of my point too. Because even left-wing media will tell you that we are funding that other side's wars retirement accounts. We can't even take care of ourselves, and we're going to fund retirement accounts for people that are in a war that there is no plan for.
Yeah, that is true. Pension plans for current Ukrainian government officials and teachers. because they can't afford it.
Well, okay.
Rather than our own.
Well, I dislike the use of the teacher analogy, because who gives a fuck? If they wanted a real job, they should have gotten one. So I don't
No,
like
but
that.
I mean, using a U.S. taxpayer money to fund a Ukrainian teacher's pension plan.
Well, I agree. I agree with. Look, I don't agree with anything that we've done with Ukraine from the word go. Zelensky is a puppet dictator installed by the Obama administration, which is CIA normally frowns on that thing, in a coup. He came to power in a coup. Normally, we do not like that. Trump was left to deal with that nonsense. Because Biden and his son were still backdooring deals through Zelensky to fund Zelensky, while Trump is trying to keep Putin from kicking Zelensky's door in. Biden and his son are over there making it worse. Okay. So I give zero shits about the Ukraine. Fuck those guys. Let them all burn. Okay. Sorry. They shouldn't have been under a coup. They should not have allowed what happened to happen. And I'm tired of giving them money. Either in the war, one way or the other, and we can stop sending them checks. Okay.
Well,
everything we've done in the Ukraine. There's nothing you're going to be able to put up that I would say, oh yeah, I agree with that. Zero. The only good thing that we've done is we've proven that our outdated, antiquated armor that we literally pulled out of scrap bins to give to the Ukraine will decimate Russian forces. That's the only useful thing that the Ukraine war has done for me.
When you ask the rhinos on the right, not the populists, but the rhinos, and all pretty much everyone else on the left, they will tell you this. When you ask them, why are we there? Like the why, they all say the same thing. They say, we are worried about Russian expansion. Okay, well, what is your proof that that's going to keep happening? If he says to them, this is a civil war. Remember the Tucker interview?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He could have said anything. And the very first thing he says is, this is a civil war. Again, believe me, I do not like communists. Don't like them. But this is a foreign relations, leader. And he's telling you, look, this is a civil war. Who's telling you about Russian expansion? Now, a smart person will look at that and say, well, okay. Well, here's the thing. I don't agree with you on the Civil War. Okay, let's grant them that. However, if you're like, well, he's going to invade Poland afterwards, where's your evidence of that? The smart military leader, the commander in chief, okay, the smart ones that I've seen over the years, they will go after single leaders. They will not start these wars, right? They'll go after the, one leader of whoever and just be done with it. The one bad actor, okay? Mm-hmm. So what I would say to him is, I'd be like, look, you do what you need to do. If we have to keep funding this, I don't like it at all, and it's going to keep diminishing. But let's say, let's forego the other thing too is the peace agreements. Why all of a sudden can there be no peace agreement? Because let's face it, eventually they're going to have to get to that, right? They stopped 2 of them so far. One was this guy in England that came out of nowhere and was like, no, you can't talk about peace. No, we're not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah.
And then the other, okay,
well, again, I understand all of that, but at the end of the day, my opinion's super simple. Fuck those guys. I don't care. Stop sending them money. Stop U.S. involvement. Pull back. Look, I actually agree. I would rather continue to support Poland by selling them equipment than writing checks to Ukraine. The Ukrainians started this shit, and actually not Ukrainians. Zelensky started this shit, when he went down and he tried to cut off Russia's access to the port that had historically been allowed. If he had not done that, Putin would have gotten his ass all tied in a knot. And then once it became a dick measuring contest, Putin's going to win that because he's a dick from top to bottom. So just let it roll. Get us out of it. This is my problem with all of this.
I agree. I have no problem supporting Poland.
At the end of the day, I don't want to be in any wars. I don't care if China invades Japan. I don't care. I don't care if Japan invades China. I don't care if the Philippines take over Guam. Well, actually I do. That's American territory. Let me rephrase. I don't care if the Philippines attack Australia. Fuck them. Let them fight it out. That's what it's all about. That's fine. But A, we're not giving them any money. B, I don't give a fuck. I don't care who we write the rent check for the military base to, whether it's China, Russia, Poland, Ukraine. They'll all take our check. They have no choice. We can bomb them back into gravel. Okay? This is the most absurd thing ever, is to think that Putin would not allow us to do anything. No, he would bluster and he would, say mean things and walk away from the table 4 times. But at the end of the day, he's going to take the check, because taking the check is easier than rebuilding a country. And he knows that's the deal. You think Russia really gives a fuck right now about the Ukraine war? None of it's come into their country. The only people getting fucked up is Ukraine. The only place it's going to have to be rebuilt is Ukraine. There are no Russian buildings bombed. There's no Russian schools that are leveled. Do you think they give a fuck in Russia about Ukraine right now? They don't.
Yes.
They don't.
Pretty messed up.
Give a fuck. They don't even think about it. The only person thinking about it is Putin, because he's just wondering when they're going to let it announce that he won. And that's it. That's the end of the story. And it was always going to be that way. We always knew it was going to be that way. It was only a bunch of dumbass Americans who were going around going, "Oh, support the Ukraine." You didn't even know what the fuck the war was over, you dumbasses. Why would I support that? I don't support Israel either. Okay.
Yeah. Well. I think they.
I would come closer to supporting Israel than I would Ukraine. If you told me I had to make a choice, I had to support Ukraine or Israel, I would pick Israel, 100%. And I don't want to support either of them.
No, I hear what you're saying. Like,
but Israel's not going to stab me in the back.
Well, first of all, in regard to the Middle East stuff, the missing context in most of these news stories is how, if they say our biggest threat in the region is Iran, and under different, U.S. administrations, we've had peace agreements. Like, how long did it take to get the
Nobody gives a shit about peace agreements, bro? And Arthur Diet, I don't give 2 flying fucks about treaties that we sign that mandate we do this or that. No one else has abided by them. We were supposed to be paid back by all of those countries, every single one of them. The only country that's ever paid us back? You can't name it. I guarantee it. The only country that paid back their war bill. Huh? Anybody?
I don't know. I don't know that one.
It wasn't England. I believe it was Finland, but I could be wrong. I'd have to look. I'd have to look it up. But it's not none of the big ones. None. 0 of the treaties that people entered into in the cessation of war have been honored. 0 of the NATO treaties.
I get all that. The reason why I bring that up is because if we were self-sustaining energy, like if we drilled ourselves like we're supposed to, and mass produce our
Yeah, I lost you there.
Did you?
All right. I'm kind of sat here and listened to the foreign policy exchange here for a while, good, but
Everything.
Yeah,
I didn't really say anything.
I was right. It was Finland.
Yeah.
But anyway, regardless, the point is I look at what happened with Israel and stuff as really being a part of the Iran problem, because you know, everyone had different ideas of how we're going to have somewhat of a peace agreement with Iran. The only thing that's ever worked, from what I saw, is having other peace deals regarding business around them. That was it. That's the only thing that worked. It didn't mean we liked it. We liked all these people.
The treaties
by the
are
way,
meaningless. The treaties are meaningless. Look, not one NATO nation has honored the treaties they signed. Not one.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody's ever paid the money they were supposed to pay except the U.S. Nobody has ever disarmed the way they were supposed to except the U.S., and we barely did. We normally write it so we don't have to disarm, but other countries, none of them abide by the treaties. Why do we give a fuck? We need to close our borders, tell the world to go fuck itself, and stop giving anybody any money from the U.S. If individuals and corporations want to do business outside the U.S., great. You go to it, brother. More power to you. But beyond that, I don't give a fuck. And as an American, nobody should give a fuck. We are not the world police. We're also not the world's business center. We're not the World Bank. And we do not and should never be the enforcer for the world that we don't enforce shit. And the world knows it. All the world leaders know it. They know, we're going to write this treaty where we're going to pay back the U.S. $3 billion for fucking them over on this deal. And they never pay. They never pay. So why do we do it? Stop it. This is literally like loaning your brother money. Anybody ever loan their brother money? You give him $100. You give your brother $100, and he says, "I'll pay you on Friday." Friday comes, and he says, "Man, I ain't got it. Can I get another 20?" And you go, "God damn it! Here's another 20." I'll get you next Friday. I promise. Next Friday comes. Hey man, you got my $120? No, I really don't. I don't. Can I catch you next week? I mean, I guess. I don't have any choice. It's the exact same thing. That's how the world treats the U.S.
Absolutely true. Hey, Greg.
It just is.
I haven't said much. I haven't said much, Greg.
Man, how are you, bro?
And I'm good, man. I haven't said much in terms of the foreign policy because you know my stance on this. I've made this clear. Me and you are on the same boat, so there's not really much to say because you're pretty much saying what we agree on. Like I said, we need to go back.
Just say dittos like I did on Rush back in the day.
Yeah. Like I said before, me and you before, we need to go back to the Monroe Doctrine of 1823 and modernize it based upon everything we've learned from the last century through to modernity. That's what we need to do. That's just the reality. We need to do that. And based upon all the advancements in technology, what we've learned from all the previous wars of the past century, and we take into account the world climate today, we can modernize that doctrine to be even better than it was then. And we could actually be a lot more successful than we were then because now we know what natural resources we have here in our own soil that we didn't know we had then when the doctrine was implemented. If we had the technology then that we had now to harvest our natural resources with that policy they had then, the world would be a very different place.
Mm-hmm.
we would be in a very different state. And I'm not talking in a bad state. We'd be in a much grandiose state.
Will you think
If we took that doctrine now and applied it now, I'm sorry, Greg.
How rich we are now as a nation. That we don't even have actual poor people.
Yeah.
You think about how wealthy the U.S. is now. Think about if we weren't giving away a quarter of our GDP every year to the fucking world for the past 60 years.
Yeah, that's about 2 to 3 trillion from what I can guess. Sorry to interrupt.
Silver Ogre, I saw your comment down there in the chat. It wasn't just about tolerating European colonization. Read the entire doctrine. The most important part was the intervention into Europe's foreign issues, including their conflicts. We abandoned that in the 19th century when we started to involve ourselves in all their foreign conflicts, which has led massively to the situation we have today. World War I and World War II were not our wars. Those were European wars that the Europeans, the Western European nations, failed to fight. Period. And in World War II, we were attacked by Japan. We weren't attacked by Germany. And yes, I'm aware that Germany and Italy were their allies. But that doesn't mean that we had to go to Europe to fight them. We could have just dealt with Japan, fortified ourselves here, and dealt with the Germans and the Italians in order instead of this clusterfuck we had in World War II. So there you go, Silver. So there you go.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Silvar says it perfectly. What we need is to return to no foreign entanglements. If you personally or corporately want to do business abroad, great. But the U.S. especially the government, needs to stay the fuck out of it. But again, we also need term limits. We also need we need a much stronger, more robust enforcement of the laws regarding politicians and what they can and cannot do financially, and remove the incentive for them for war profiteering. And because look, I actually have no issue with someone like Howard Hughes war profiteering. You know, the man was a genius. He did great things for the country. Sure, we paid him a lot of money, but he produced things that saved lives. I have a real problem with someone like Hunter Biden war profiteering off of oil and gas contracts going into the Ukrainian war and actually help precipitating the Ukrainian war. So I have a real problem with that. And so that's I agree with you, man. You're right there. You're on it, man. I mean, sorry, man. This is all stuff. This is one of the reasons why they don't want Trump back in office, because he sees all this stuff too. You know, he absolutely doesn't want us to be tied up and entangled in all of these things. He's a businessman that says no. Why would we want to do that?
Even he understands, okay? And this is where the big confusion is amongst these idiots. There is a level of defense that is needed on a worldly level, but they always conflate it with all this other crap, preserving democracy and stuff like that. For example, when a NUCK is launched from North Korea, they're the only country that does not have to announce when they're going to launch a missile. Okay, so we need to have just like other countries do it with North Korea. They need measures in that area that are like watching every time they do something. That's fine, but the other stuff is ridiculous. Like if we had a surveillance type of thing, that would be better than just getting into all of their own political crap. Like we don't need to be doing it. That's where I disconnect with that. Now, our agreements should be strictly on surveillance, where we're like, okay, we're just watching what's going on. That's it. we're not going to screw with anything, but you have to understand the international laws and everything like that. Like, there are some dangers to it. So in that sense, I feel like, okay, I'm okay with that, you know? But other than that, no, we don't need to be screwing around with all the other stuff.
I think Angel dropped off. There we go.
That was me. I dropped off just because the Wi-Fi signal was getting weak, so I switched connection.
So there's a couple of things in the chat. Japan attacked because FDR cut off oil sales. That's true, despite Anson Knowles' very, very strong assertions that we blockaded them. We did not. We did not. We didn't actually have enough of a Navy really to blockade shit at that point in time. All of our ships were Pearl Harbor.
Which was an economic sanction at the time, by the way.
Yeah, it was an economic sanction. We were. Well, actually, it was an unintended economic sanction. And this is actually something that people don't understand about what precipitated the Japanese and the U.S. actually getting into conflict with each other. The Japanese needed oil. The only reason they got into the Third Reich at all, or the Axis powers, however you want to put it, the only reason they got into it at all was because they needed oil. They needed, because they're an island nation, they couldn't produce it themselves. Offshore drilling was not even in its infancy. It hadn't even been inseminated yet. So, you know, it wasn't a thing. Offshore drilling, nobody knew about it. And Japan had two basic choices. What the first one they tried was to go to occupy China, which they did, and go through Burma into the actual Middle East, into Turkey, Pakistan, Azerbaijan, however you say that, Azerbaijan, whatever, and into the Berber states where Angel was from, and get oil there because there was oil there. Now, that was a very desolate place at that time period. A lot of war, mostly nomadic, horrible to do. The problem is they couldn't get there because they got tied up in Burma because the Chinese and the Americans hung them up trying to get through to Burma, and we kept bombing. The AVG, who was supporting the Chinese, kept bombing the trains from Nanking to Burma, or through Burma to India. So they didn't have a direct route through Central Asia into the Berber states, which I'm calling them the Berber states. It's not. That's just I call them that. It was basically all of those little stands there where there's oil. And of course, Africa had oil, but Germany was already there, right? Germany was already in Egypt. They were already in North Africa, all of that. So Japan wanted that region. They couldn't get it. We were selling them oil up until we weren't. And the only reason we'd stopped selling them oil was because we needed it. That's it. We were selling, at one point in time, we were selling China airplanes and bombs and rockets and war material, and we were selling the Japanese they were fighting each other. We were selling the Japanese oil for their ships and planes and everything else, and we didn't care. Why would we? It's not our war. We don't give a shit.
Yep. So absolutely.
And then FDR said, "Hey, we may need that oil for our upcoming fight with," because he was convinced we were going to be at war with Germany. We were losing ship after ship after ship after ship. Even once we got the U-boats under control and the Merchant Marine and the Liberty ships were we're actually starting to get men and material into Europe. Once that was starting to kind of come around, FDR was still convinced 100% that we were going to be at war on a European front, and we were. And we needed every drop of oil we could get for manufacturing, for transportation, keep the trains running, all of it. And so we were not selling it to the Japanese. The Japanese took that as a sign of war, mainly because our ambassadors sucked, to be honest. And communication sucked. I mean, it wasn't like you could just pick a cell phone up and call a guy in Tokyo and tell him, hey, man, sorry, I can't deliver you any material. I can't give you any oil. We're fresh out. We need it for ourselves. Sorry. And that probably would have diffused everything. But the Japanese took it as an act of war. They took it as an act of aggression that the U.S. was going to invade them. They also saw the Pacific Fleet, which FDR was desperately trying to move into the Atlantic. And we were months away. If the Japanese had waited 2 months, there wouldn't have been a Pacific Fleet at Hawaii at all anyway. Because FDR wanted that fleet in the Atlantic. And this is just historical fact. You can't, I mean, that's just the way it is. So, you know, once the Japanese attacked us, that released the hounds. All of the U.S. citizenry that had stood in opposition of the war. The only reason FDR didn't enter the war earlier was because he didn't want to be known as the president that started the war. He did not want to be known as the warmonger that, you know, Silvar Ogre just called him. But he was ready to go to war, and he knew that he didn't have public backing. Once he knew he had public backing, the gloves came off and he went to war. 100%. Didn't stop. And so that's the whole deal with the Japanese in World War II. The Japan's never paid us back. We, to some degree, I think we felt guilty about our treatment of Japan after the war. But I think that we were actually really kind, all told. The things that the Japanese did during the war are unforgivable. And would pay like terrorists today. The terrorists that we treat today with such disdain have nothing on the Japanese during World War II.
I would say I do think the Japanese Americans that were put in internment camps had some complaint against the U.S. government.
I'm sorry?
I mean, there was a number of Japanese Americans that were forced into detention camps during. So I don't think that's appropriate to put U.S. citizens into detention camps based on their ethnicity. I think there's a reasonable complaint there.
What does that got to do with with the war crimes that Japan committed during the war?
Well, you seem
Why are you conflating the two? The two are two separate.
I'm not conflating war crimes by the actual Japanese country and people of that country. But you're saying that we did all good things for the Japanese. I think there's a number of Japanese that still remember back to that.
I don't give a fuck. We all throughout history, every single society has imprisoned people for no reason. Why do we care? What's wrong with it?
Well, if you have a sense of what's just and what's right, I think
I don't. Why
Let
would
me let me ask you this, Miss. I'm sorry, I can't see what your name is or
Arthur
whatever.
Daya.
Oh, it's Arthur? Okay.
Arthur Daya. It's okay. Just continue.
So you know, these people did horrific things to us, okay? And you don't know what sleeper cells or whatever could be in the country. Now, I agree there's a humanitarian you know, subject to that, but on the other hand, you think about what happened with you know, on September 11th and whatnot, and so let me just say this, okay? If you have a group of people that are unvetted in the country, and it's proven that 25 to 30% of them are radicalized, okay? let's just say you have kids and they're hanging out with some of these people. Would you trust them with these people, knowing that 1 out of every 4 of them are radicalized?
I don't think you can just round up U.S. citizens and throw them into jails. I mean, what if
Are
we
you
go to
sure?
war with China? And we decide to round up all Chinese people? Are we going to throw your wife into a detention camp, Grid? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, she's
Unless
been
you have
vetted.
some-
The thing you said was that the questionnaire is vetted. The
Right, so
problem,
if you have
and so here's the
legitimate-
thing.
you have legitimate linkage to a country.
Hold on. I'm
Mhm.
going to answer this because it's first of all, I don't look through history with a modern lens, and you do, and
Thank you.
should. At that point in time, spies were a very real threat, and you did not know who was a spy and who wasn't. Okay? We were losing ships on a daily basis. And so, yes, not Germans were also moved into their own little towns under guard. You don't hear them bitching about it. Matter of fact, you don't actually hear the Japanese bitching about it. The only people you hear bitching about this are entitled, privileged white people who just feel guilty for some reason that, oh my gosh, for our safety and security as a country, we locked some people up. And to be honest, we did not lock them up. They were free to come and go. But if they went, they were followed. And they could be arrested as seditionists.
I mean, I get if you've got someone that you can actually prove has ties.
I don't need proof.
Espionage or something.
I don't need
but you
proof.
do need proof. If they're an American
No, I don't.
citizen, you can't
Why
just
do I
throw
need
them in
proof? We
jail.
do it all the time. We
I mean,
literally,
the
to this
equivalent
day, we
happening
still
is
do
we
it.
had
We still
the-
do it today.
You know, we had the January, was it 6th, 7th, whatever riots, and they just round up random people who are walking and strolling around the
Yes,
Capitol.
they
and throw
did
them in
that.
jail.
Yeah.
They happened
Yeah,
to
they
be
did that. Absolutely, they did that.
Look,
And they were released when they were
Even in
vetted.
Japan, I mean, without doubt, Japanese spies and what was it?
But
The
are we
Kenpei,
okay? Stop.
the
Hold on.
military
Let
police
let me
sent
dial
over
you
here to
back
be
a notch.
spies, but there were no
Were
Japanese American
on
citizens
a
that
wartime
ever
footing?
were convicted.
If we're on a
of
wartime footing,
spying.
all bets are off. If we're on a wartime footing, all bets are off. You cannot and should not look at history through a modern lens. You are looking at this through as somebody who is going, oh my gosh, oh lordy. Well, we know who they are. We've got fingerprints, we got driver's license, we got all these things. But we have spies all the time in this country.
We frankly know that China sends people over here to go to our
Yeah,
universities,
we do. We kick them
our
out.
technologies and send.
Sure,
take
we kick them
back,
out.
they put them in our
Although to be honest with you,
companies and send the
industrial
technology
espionage is
back
different.
over.
Industrial espionage, I don't really give a shit about. I only care about if we were going to lose American lives. 100%.
Well, I get the whole thing, fine line between, whatever and dictatorship. However, okay, you have the director of the FBI, Ray, come out in an official statement about a month or two ago. Maybe it's more. My timing might be off on this, but he says in Congress, okay, and this guy's biased, by the way. I don't care what anyone says, but when a biased government official says we have all these unvetted people in our country and it's a threat, I take that seriously. I look at that and I go, okay, that's definitely a problem. If he's saying it, if he's warning to everybody, like, look, I'm really concerned about how all these people are coming in and they're unvetted. Whatever your stance is on illegals and whatnot, that's fine or whatever. But the director of the FBI says we have a serious security threat because we can't locate or vet properly or even surveil all these people. That's all I'm saying.
Coming across, because there are Chinese citizens, and Middle Eastern people and stuff with questionable ties sneaking across the border as well. It's not all Mexican fruit pickers or something.
Right. I understand where they come from. I understand where they come from matters. However, taking the you know, the whole, oh well, it's this group of people or that group of people out of it. That okay, just take that out for a second and understand. You know, a lot of these lefty lunatics, their argument is this: oh well, once you cross the border, the code says that you can claim amnesty anywhere. Well, while that technically does say that in code 8 USC 1223, okay, it also says you have to claim amnesty properly. And that could mean through points of entry and all that stuff. It could not. But you can't just claim, I crossed the border, amnesty. That's what their argument is. It drives me nuts. I'm like, you guys are morons. Like, you know, the one thing we all agree on, everyone, I don't care where you come from, the one thing we all agree on is the fentanyl problem. But they don't want to do shit about it. Nothing. Right?
Daria's writing, I'm pro illegals. I just jumped into your little us. No, I'm very much against illegal immigration. What we originally talking about was the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. And I said, you can't just throw American citizens into jail willy-nilly. You can't decide that we're, you know, don't like the Chinese and throw all the Chinese Americans into jail, or that we don't like Muslims.
But we didn't do that, Arthur Daya.
Right, but that would be the equivalent.
Stop that. We did not do that. We were on a wartime footing. Do you know what would happen today?
Think we should lose all of
if we declared war on Palestine? If we declared war on Palestine, if we actually declared war on Palestine, every Palestinian would be located, tracked, and potentially arrested and deported. That's what would happen.
I don't think you can deport U.S. citizens just based on their
sorry to interrupt. That's my problem. That's my problem with what you just said there. Something goes down. The head of the FBI says we can't. Okay, he says there's so many.
I know he says we can't, but war is different. I mean,
I don't think that's
war. The problem is that we don't declare war
do not
anymore.
disappear magically in war. And frankly, this is the same FBI.
Rights do disappear. Hold on, stop.
Mm-hmm.
You are wrong. We have no rights not guaranteed through the force of a man with a gun. And when the men with the guns decide that your rights change, they change.
Well, constitutional rights are not supposed to disappear in war.
You have no constitutional right.
I understand force doctrine and that all rights ultimately have to be.
You don't have a constitutional right if you are not born here.
I'm talking about, my original example was Japanese U.S. citizen Americans who happen to be of Japanese ethnicity. So if you're a Muslim or a Palestinian and you've obtained U.S. citizenship, you absolutely get all the rights of a U.S. citizen, regardless of what your ethnicity is. Frankly, it's the same for all these first generation kids of all the illegals that have snuck over. They're U.S. citizens under our law, and they're entitled to all the rights and welfare and whatever else of
so what was so hold on, let me get this straight. Let me get this straight.
Yeah.
So all of the Somali pirates that are currently in this country, you don't think we should deport those people or intern them into camps until such time that they can be deported?
So if they're a Somali U.S. citizen,
if they become a U.S. citizen, it's not that hard.
If they're a U.S. citizen, they have to be tried in U.S. courts and then
no, they don't.
Punished appropriately.
No, they don't.
They do as U.S. citizens.
Not for international war crimes, they don't.
You're talking about it under international courts? I don't know the law.
Well, they wouldn't have to be. They would just simply be deported back to their original country where they would stand trial.
I mean, we do extradite people to their country of origin for trial in that country if they're guilty of something in that country or indicted of some charge in that country, I should say. You're talking about international courts now, which is a little bit different, where U.S. citizens' rights don't hold up.
Why do they? Hold on. What about things that we don't need to try people for, like piracy?
I don't know I would assume piracy would be an international court if it's in international waters. I don't think that falls under
Okay, so
U.S.
how about the shoot on sight orders for terrorists? How about those? What do you feel about those?
Well, you would have to have a warrant to be able to do that.
Shoot on sight, there's no warrant. It's just if you see this person, you shoot them.
Right, but you have to have a specific order from like the CIA or FBI to be able to do that. You have to
how do you feel
a person you vetted that they are.
How do you feel about that?
If it's been properly vetted, I don't have a problem with that with the FBI and the CIA.
So what about it? What about around everyone that came in on this date up and hold them until further notice?
You're talking about illegals that came in.
Anybody.
Well, I don't think you can round up people who are here on legal visas that you've allowed legally to.
Oh, you don't think so? You know, that's actually the exact reason why you have to get a visa, so that you can be rounded up.
Well, if it expires, you can go after them and deport them.
No, if you do something, or if you're suspected of doing something illegal, or you're affiliated with someone that's illegal, or you may have been part of an organization that is illegal or associated with terrorism or some other ism. The whole reason for a visa is so we can find you.
Yeah, I mean, if you are suspected of being involved with some sort of illegal activity, then yes, you can be rounded up and tried or whatever, deported out of here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm talking about
Arthur Dyer, I would just like to point out. Sorry, Grid. I would just like to point out that this is already what Grid's been said here. It's already happened again and again, and it happened in recent memory. President Obama proved that with the killing of Anwar al-Awlaki in 2011. A U.S. citizen with no trial, he assassinated him with a drone strike. So again, it can and will happen again. Unfortunately, what Grid is saying is absolutely correct. And it doesn't matter who's president. It doesn't matter which side is in control. The government has shown that through force, they will utilize force at any given time and bypass the Constitution, and nothing will be done about it. It will happen. I
mean, I don't doubt the FBI and CIA violate the Constitution all the time.
No, I'm talking about the U.S. president is assassinated a U.S. citizen without trial. And that's been a big point of contention since 2011 when Obama did it. And that's just the reality.
Well, as Ogre points out,
I know it happens. I don't think it's correct. I'll put it that way. What happens and what is not necessarily what ought to be under the Constitution.
You thinking it is not correct has nothing to do with the reality of whether it is correct or not.
It is not allowed under the Constitution. Is that the right way to phrase it? I understand it happens.
I don't see where it says that you can't kill an enemy of the state. Can you point that out to me?
I mean, it does say that if you're a U.S. citizen, that you have to be tried by the courts before you can be punished in the U.S. Constitution. There's a whole section on that about a right to a speedy trial, trial by jury.
Declared an enemy of the state under sedition. You can be declared an enemy of the state. And once you're declared an enemy of the state, all bets are off.
So the problem is that they want to harness the same thing and use it against conservatives. They would love to declare Trump.
I agree with that. That's why I'm aware of what
this is why you can't allow it in circumstances
the reality that this can happen.
Because they will use it against our own side.
This is why I am aware of it, and I'm aware of what can happen so that I understand what can happen, and I don't live outside of reality. Reality is that just like they did with Jan 6, they can declare you a seditionist. They can declare you an enemy of the state. If you're a foreign national, your citizenship can be revoked at any time. Look that shit up. Just because you become a naturalized citizen, that doesn't mean that it can't be revoked. It can. And once you're not a citizen, all bets are off. Once you're an enemy of the state, all bets are off. You live in this idea that there's going to be an arrest and a trial and all of that. And I'm telling you that when bad things happen, they send worse people after you, and there are no trials and there's no court dates. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I look back through history through the lens of history. And when I look back at the lens of history, I understand why the people in California and most of the West Coast went to the internment camps for the Japanese citizens. You understand that that was really for the Japanese American citizens' protection, not because necessarily that we thought that they were enemies of the state. It was as much for their protection as it was anything else, because at that point in time in our history, we were at war with a very identifiable enemy. And if the citizen on the street whose brother was just killed in Japan in the theater of war, and he saw you walking down the street and you were Japanese or Japanese looking, you could be assaulted. This is a problem with people when they start looking back at history through a modern lens and whataboutisms. I don't give a shit. I think it was the right thing to do. I don't see a problem with it. Did it suck for some people? Sure.
Yeah, I don't think the main point, though, was protection of the Japanese people.
It 100% fucking A was.
They had
you are wrong, Arthur Diet. You are wrong. Go read a book and come back and talk to me about it. Go read a book and come back and tell me about it. Because I've read about the internment of Japanese citizens, because I always thought it was wrong, too, when I was in high school, actually. When I got into college, I read about it, and I was wrong. Japanese citizens were being targeted on the street. It's the same reason that 11,000 German Americans, that had come over, that some of them were third generation Germans, but they still spoke German because that's how that was back then. 11,000 of them were moved into camps in the Adirondacks and in the middle America to protect them from our other citizens. It was not because, I mean, it was partially because, obviously we have a thing about spies. We have a thing about spies, and we have a thing about, and there was an attack on the coast of California. There's a lot of concern there. Hawaii had been bombed. There was a lot of I believe very real fear in the air. Sure, that played into it, but for the most part, the internment of the Japanese was as much for their safety as it was for everyone else's. And you keep looking at this through a modern lens. Well, they're an American citizen. Who gives a fuck? That doesn't protect you.
Yeah, but if it was purely for their safety, you would make it optional, where they had the option of like going to a hurricane shelter.
Why would you make it optional?
Come and help
Why?
You out.
Why would you do that?
Because if it's purely for safety, someone should have the option of taking their risk or going.
No, it's not. Safe. It's not an option in that period of time. It's not an option in that period of time. Maybe even today, it's not an option. What do you think we're going to do when we end up with the illegals? What do you think Eisenhower did with 1.3 million illegal Mexicans when he deported them and put them on trains? What do you think happened?
They're not U.S. citizens.
It doesn't matter. They're still people.
Those are people who broke the law to come in here and need to be deported and moved out. That's an entirely different thing than a legal law-abiding U.S. citizen who happens to be of a specific ethnicity.
So what you think should have happened is when somebody got killed because some American lost their brother in a bomber attack and took it out on a perfectly innocent Japanese family, you think that is a better option than just simply removing them from society and putting them into safety.
Yeah, I think that when I look at your wife who came from China, I don't assume that
you can keep talking, but you're wrong.
So here's the thing. When I see someone of a specific ethnicity, like say I were to meet your wife, I don't assume she's some crazy communist connected to the communist Chinese government.
Maybe you should.
Just because she happens to look Chinese. I assume she's a U.S. citizen and has her own independent thought process.
She is a U.S. citizen, but that has nothing to do with it. Well, let me tell you, if we went to war with China, I would 100% move way far away from most of society to protect my wife. And if it was offered to me to go to if it were offered to me to go somewhere where people would protect me, I would do it because I know how stupid people are.
It's one thing to offer protection and offer help. It's another thing to say you're definitely a spy.
Again, you're looking at it through the lens of modernity. You are looking at it through the lens of modernity, and you should not.
I don't think it's wrong to look back retrospectively on something and apply.
Sure, but if you're going to look back retrospectively, then look at it through the lens of through a retrospective lens.
That's like saying, well,
time period.
We all had slaves, so I guess it was okay. When clearly it was not.
I do look back at slavery, and I don't have a problem with slavery back in the day.
Well, I do.
I have a problem with the way that it ended up. I don't have a problem with the act of slavery itself. It was wrong, but I don't have a problem with people enacting an illegal act of the time. Yeah, that's a problem with everybody in this fucking country. You want to look back throughout history with the lens of modernity and go, well, these fuckers were wrong.
Yeah, I think that's taking someone out of their homeland in Africa, hauling them over here.
But we didn't do that. We didn't do that. The Africans did that.
Whoever
we didn't do that. There was nobody from Charleston, South Carolina, going over to Africa to
if I'm a guy in Charleston, South Carolina.
That's not what fucking happened. That's not what fucking happened at all. And you know it. You know that this is that you know that you're being inaccurate.
It's okay for me as some Charleston, South Carolinian to go to a slave auction and purchase another human to come and work.
That was a custom of the time. You know what else was a custom of the time?
That was customary?
That was a custom of the time. Do you know what else was a custom of the time?
That, but it was
Do you know what else was a custom of the time? Indentured servitude.
That was wrong too. There's a lot of wrong.
Of course it was wrong. But you don't look back through the lens of history and say, well, that was horrible.
Yeah, I do actually. And if you can't look back and say, yeah, slavery was pretty fucking wrong, I think that's a problem.
I don't look back at it and say that it was, I think that it was I think it was handled very poorly, and I'm glad that it ended, but I don't look back at it and look at the people as if they were horrible people. They were just normal people.
All Grid is saying is that you are supposed to judge history based at the context at the time of the time. That's how you judge history. It's the same problem that we have in Christianity when we try to apply our standards of morality into scripture based on how they applied it 2,000 years ago. You have to understand the context of historical events at the time they occurred, and that's what he's saying.
I understand what he's saying, but I disagree with it. Like if I look
I know,
over the Middle
she
East
disagrees with it. She's like most people in modern society is we want to look back with our current morals and values and judge the peoples of the past morals and values.
But here's the problem, is it is very easy to get sucked into a culture that makes things just sort of normal and okay. Like the culture would tell me it's just sort of normal and okay to go sleep with 20 guys over the course of a year. But it's not. It's objectively wrong. And just because
But do you think there was ever a time period in history where that wasn't the case?
The culture of the time does not dictate what is objectively morally right or not.
Of course it does.
It absolutely
does not.
How does it
not? How does it not?
Because I believe in moral absolutes and certain things are right or wrong. And whether or not
the only moral absolutes are in the Bible, and the Bible mentions slavery specifically. The Bible also had Moses remove his people for safety from Egypt. What? So if you're talking about moral absolutes, it was absolutely moral for the United States government to put the Japanese into internment camps for their safety.
I don't think that they were doing it for their safety. They were doing
it. But it was. Go back and read.
Spies.
Go read a book. Go read a book.
I'm sure I understand that was part of the excuse of doing it, but the main reason was
it was the main reason. They didn't look. They didn't think that men and women were spies. They didn't think the kids were spies. Although I'm sure some of them were spies. Who cares? They thought, rightly so, that we're involved in a war, and unlike most Germans, you couldn't pass for an American if you were Japanese. And by the way, a lot of Chinese were also put in those internment camps. They say it was a Japanese internment camp, but it was really anyone of Asian descent. Hey, I got one for you. Do you think it was right that the Chinese were brought over to build the railroad system from California to Colorado? Thousands of them died, and nobody gave a shit. We only care about the black ones. We only care about the black slaves.
No, I don't think it's wrong to use.
But you haven't mentioned them once.
Humans at all.
But you haven't mentioned them one time.
Well, you're the one that brought up slavery as an example.
No, I did not. You brought up slavery. You asked me if I thought it was okay. I said I did not. I said I understand that it was a factor of the time.
I mean, I can bring up any number of examples of abuse of humans that has been kind of culturally accepted.
And again, I look back at them through the lens of the time.
Like if I go over to the Middle East right now,
history through a modern lens. It's just like I don't look back at failed relationships through the lens of my life now. I don't look back at my first failed relationship in life as the human I am now and say, man, I really made a mistake there. I should have been a better dude. I was who I was at that period of time. I made the choice I made at that period of time, and I moved the fuck on. I do not, and I think it's entirely self-destructive to look back through your history through a modern lens.
Like if you were
Irish rail workers, you're right. The Irish were also treated pretty badly, but the Chinese were literally killed working on the railroads from California to China.
I mean, look, throughout history, there has been basically cheap, human labor that has been abused throughout the Middle Ages. You had the peasants, the Chinese workers, the Irish rail workers, the slaves.
We look back at the peasants of Europe
Middle East right now, and they have slaves. The importance of Asia that are abused and used.
So do you do you feel like crucifying do you feel like tearing down the entire government and the monarchy in Europe because they own slaves, because they created an empire that caused massive amounts of debauchery and moved diseases from one part of the planet to the other, and basically created most of the modern issues on the planet? Do you denounce the United Kingdom for that?
Wait, ask the question again. Do I denounce the United Kingdom for British colonialization?
For establishing the British Empire and creating most of the bad things of modern times, including World War I and World War II. Do you denounce the entire British? Do you look back and say, oh, that was horrible, they should never have done that?
I think parts of it were done wrongly. I mean, anytime people start expanding out and conquering others and then subjugate those people to become effectively slaves for themselves, that's not good. But throughout history, that is how empires have built themselves up, was on the backs of cheap labor that they subjugated.
But the British went in and liberated the Indian people from the Thuggee, who were literally where we get the word thug from, who are holding basically an entire monarchy of India.
It's not in India?
Yeah, the British Empire established the British Empire went into India and fought a massive war for like a decade. Somebody help me out here. It was a decade, I think. They fought a massive war in India against the Thuggee and a couple of other factions to bring peace, more or less, to India. Not to subjugate it, although a lot of people said that at the time. And if you look back through history, you probably would think so. But
I'll be honest, I don't
is
know
that they
about
actually brought peace.
enough about the Indian-British War and
I know history's so fun though, as long as you don't look at it through a modern lens.
To comment on that one, I'd have to go look that one up. And to answer, F and Epic had a question earlier. Have I ever been to Angel or Ellis Island memorials? I haven't. No.
Yeah. I just don't look at history through a modern lens, and I never
it.
will. I think it's just a real mistake. If you start looking at history through a modern lens, you start vilifying people who should not be vilified.
But I don't know why you can't have some nuance when you evaluate people.
I don't. Why would I impart my nuance
just like as an
on
example,
their reality?
You know, I have visited, for example, Monticello in Virginia, which was Thomas Jefferson's home. And the guy was a freaking genius. He was an architect. He developed our country. He developed our Constitution. He founded the University of Virginia. Right, the guy had a lot of really outstanding, great qualities as a founding father.
Sure.
When you visit his home, you will see the remnants of the little tiny slave houses all around the home.
Sure.
And we know that he basically took advantage of one of his young slave girls when she was underage at the time.
There was no such thing
by her. Well,
but there was no such thing. But there was no such thing. This is again.
But Grid, let's just say that she was very young. And
Who cares?
So she was completely under his power.
Married kings.
She didn't have a
12-year-old girls that became queens that had great lives. Stop looking at history through a modern lens, please. All it does is ruin your perspective on life.
Basically, requiring sex from your slave is not a consensual relationship. She didn't have any power in that.
How do you know that? How do you know that that's what happened? You don't know that that's what happened. You're looking at it through a modern lens and through an interpretation that you want it to be. You want it to be that this
power imbalance.
This really rich white man was taking advantage of this poor, ignorant, colored slave girl. That's what you want. And I reject that. I reject the idea.
There is no way she can actually consent.
How do you know that?
Well, she's a slave.
How do you know that she didn't have? How do you know that he didn't treat his slaves the same way Washington did, who treated them by all accounts perfectly well? You not realize how valuable slaves were? Now I'm really going to take.
I understand they were valuable for their labor, but they weren't valued for their human life. I'm going to say some things that are mean,
and you are not going to like what I'm going to say. Do you understand how valuable a slave was?
I
understand that they were never mistreated. Never mistreated. They weren't, because to mistreat one was to not get the work out of them that they needed. Do you not understand that most slave owners valued their slaves more than they did their own children?
That is not true. Slaves
it is exactly true. Just because you don't want it to be true does not make it not true. And saying the thing over and over again doesn't make it true. Just because the narrative is changed to make it bad doesn't make it bad.
So you think it's cool to take a slave family and break them up and sell some of the members off to other plantations?
I don't give a fuck one way or the other, because I don't live in that time. I simply acknowledge history for what it was.
As opposed to not giving a fuck, I actually look at that and say, no, that's horrible. And
because you put your modern spin on what their life was.
That's not a modern spin. That's an objective truth that it's wrong.
No, it is not an objective truth.
Slave another
It is not in any way objective at all.
Glenn Lawrence would like to say he loves all his slaves.
He does. I know he fucking does. You are not at all looking at this objective. You are simply looking at it from a modern standpoint and not looking at it in a historical lens.
I understand that some plantation owners may have treated some of their slaves nicely.
I think you might be able to find
I don't think the slaves
but you can never go look back through the books. Go read.
I have. I've gone and visited these historical sites.
Because by all accounts, Thomas Jefferson loved his slaves, took care of them, clothed them, gave them food off of his own table. And that way he was actually typical of most slave owners because they were not cattle. They were people that were valued. They had work to do. They needed them to work and work really hard. You know, most slaves, most slave owners, when faced with giving a slave his freedom, would do so and also give him part of the plantation. They could earn their freedom. People don't like to acknowledge these facts, but those of us from the South that have lived with this all our lives, that actually had to, you know, like I was personally very interested in it growing up. I read about it. I went to the places. I've seen the homes. I've seen the little slave houses. Hey, you know what? My great something uncle and aunt owned 2 slaves. They were freed during the Civil War. Those slaves came back and worked with my relatives from way back to make that farm work because there was no animosity there.
No, you know why?
Because there was no animosity there. They were valued. They felt valued. They came back. Even after they were freed, they came back. They had no reason to not come back because nothing
Bridge, you're wrong. When you have enslaved someone and they have no job skills and no education.
No job skills? What the fuck are you talking about? All they've got are job skills. This is the dumbest thing you've ever said. I normally ignore the dumb shit that comes out of your mouth, but this is the dumbest thing you've ever said. What job skill are you talking about? What job skill are you talking about?
The slaves didn't have any advanced job skills to go.
What advanced job skill are you fucking talking about?
They weren't taught how to read and write. They didn't know how to.
Nobody knew how to read and write, you dumbass.
The wealthy people did.
No, they did not.
They most certainly
Nobody knew how to read and write.
All the wealthy white plantation owners were educated and knew how to read and write.
Clergy knew how to write. What are you, stupid?
Are you telling me that plantation owners in the South were illiterate? You're absolutely fucking wrong.
This is stupid. The average slave owner did not know how to read and write. They did basic math at best.
No, they all knew how to read and write. That's ridiculous.
Nobody knew how to read and write.
The wealthy white plantation owners in the South absolutely were educated and knew how to read and write. Into a contract, all sorts of written documents.
Relatives were not wealthy plantation owners, yet they owned 2 slaves.
I don't know what your dumb fuck relatives are doing, but most of
they were all dumb fuck.
Wealthy people in the South could read and write. It might not have been at like an advanced college graduate level, but they could read and write.
Obviously not, because nobody knew how to read and write. They literally paid people to write letters, Arthur Daya, because nobody knew how to read and write.
They did know how to read and write. That's ridiculous.
No, Arthur Daya, the overwhelming majority of the population did not know how to read and write.
I'm gonna send you a
I'm talking about the wealthy white men in the era. Yeah, all the slaves were kept illiterate, which held them down.
No, it did. Nobody knew how to read and write.
That's just not true. We have all sorts of written documents and books.
You were talking about a time period where literally there was no machinery.
They had printing.
What would reading and writing even get them to do? What job would they have gotten if they knew how to read and write?
The Bible.
What job would they have gotten?
They all had hymn books.
They knew how to read and write.
What
job would they have gotten if they knew how to read and write? What job?
Well, it disabled them from being able to function economically, to not understand
how
business and money.
Because nobody knew how to read and write. What job would they have gotten if they knew how to read and write? What job would they have gotten if they knew how to read and write?
How can you sign a business contract when you don't read and write?
You make your mark. You have somebody read it to you and you make your mark, just like every white man. Seriously, what the hell, Arthur Daya? Maybe you think they needed to work for Dell or an IT center?
No, but the white men in the country, they all were apprenticed and they learned from their fathers how to do all sorts of
Yeah,
different
they
businesses,
did not know how to read and write.
whether
but
that
they
be
did know
a
how to,
blacksmith or run the
right.
plantation
That
or
did not know
be a
how to
banker
read or write.
whatever.
They
You
did
had
not know how to.
lawyers
They
at the
didn't.
time,
None
you
of
had
that required
primitive
reading and
doctors
writing.
at the
Arthur Dyer.
time, you had all sorts of
Zero.
professions at the
0
time.
points awarded, Arthur Dyer. You do not advance. You do not pass go, and you do not collect $200. 0 points awarded. Gryffindor is ejected from the match.
I'm sorry, but all the Southern families educated their white kids, and especially their white boys.
The
They all knew how to read the Bible. They all had hymn books.
Hold on, we got incoming. Hold on, I got incoming. Hang on, stand by. I got to read. Hang on. I read fast, not that fast. Most of my family's old journals from the 1800s, everything was transcribed by the preacher. My great-great-grandfather could only write his name, and he owned a large farm. The preacher did it. That's right. That's right. That's how life really was, Arthur Dyer. Now, Thomas Jefferson, who was a politician and a statesman and who had the time and put the energy into learning how to read and write, could read and write. But most people, the man on the street, the average dude, the farmer, the plantation owner, the wealthy white people did not know how to read and write. They never did. And that was and it wouldn't have mattered to it would not have mattered to a slave, freed or otherwise, prospering, because it didn't work that way then. Your idea of education is dumb. Get away from that. Now, they were disadvantaged in other ways, mainly because of prejudice. There was actually prejudice. There was a lot of it because they were taking jobs that white men needed to take care of or could do. And it was cheaper a lot of times. And therefore, poor white people did not like black people.
I'm sorry, but the white people actively tried to prevent the blacks from becoming literate, to keep them down. That is well known that they even had anti-literacy laws.
That is a historical non-fact. I don't believe it at all. Nobody knew how to read or write. Blacks had their own schools, for sure. That's true.
Yeah, after the end of slavery, the black community had to make a huge effort to learn to become literate and read and write because they had been so repressed.
That's not, again, nobody knew how to read and write.
People enslaved is you keep them ignorant and unable to.
Why do you keep coming back to this? Because you're factually inaccurate.
I'm just flabbergasted that you want to say that slavery was somehow okay and all the slave owners loved
I didn't say it was okay. I did not say it was okay. I said it was a factor of the time, and I don't judge people for living in their time.
Like, this is just nuts.
What's nuts is you keep judging things through a modern lens and saying, oh, that is so bad. There were lots of bad things.
Yeah, I think it's fair to look back on slavery and say that was bad. And frankly, black Americans still suffer the consequences of all that today.
Black Americans suffer the consequence of being dumbasses.
No, they've had to suffer the consequences of slavery and segregation.
Better off in the 1940s than they are today because of people like you, Arthur Dyer. They were better.
I drove through the South as a little girl, and you can still see the old black water fountains and the white water fountains. They call them colored on the signage. It's ridiculous.
It doesn't matter. They were still better off in the 1940s. They had stronger families. They were more prosperous. They had more money in the 1940s than they do today because they did not feel taken advantage of then, and they do today.
Okay. I will solve this problem. Arthur Dyer, I will make you a slave if you want.
Black families. I have no argument with that.
Arthur Dyer, I will make you a slave if you want. Okay, you could be one of the slaves. I love all my slaves equally. All right, and I educate them all. Okay, teach them all.
All right. This is where an oof emoji needs to come in on Grit. The old oof emoji needs to come on, but I was going to add on to what Bridewell said. But wait, I think there's a super chat.
Doesn't have the money to be sending me $4.99, but he did anyway. For anyone new here, I and Arthur Dyer get into heated arguments all the time, so don't DM asking if they had a falling out. Got it. Yeah, that's true.
I still love Grid. I've still listened to all his shows. We just have to get a little heated occasionally.
I just think she's not being intellectually honest, and she needs to stop.
Grid is just unfortunately wrong, and I have to come in and correct him sometimes.
No. Nah.
So I would like to just add on to what Brian will say.
Injected into the show.
I am many, many things, but wrong is not on that list.
Yeah.
Who the hell is Beef Supreme? Why debate this idiot woman? She relies on feelings, not facts.
Arthur, I got a question for you.
Tell me, Glenn.
So no, I don't know who he is. That's how I got a question. Here's my question.
$5 comes in from Damien, our resident parkour champion. Arthur Daya, do you realize slaves had better living conditions than poor non-slaves? Would you like to answer that?
I don't know that I would agree with that on all.
Well, it's not a thing that you can agree with. It's simply fact. It has nothing to do with you agreeing. It's just a do you know that or do you not? You can say you don't know that.
All right, Glenn, what's your question?
My question is, like, have you not been to the South? Like, even in this century, motherfuckers out there still can't read and write.
Still can't read. That's right.
And that's the white folk. And that's the white folk.
Glenn. W is in the chat for Glenn.
That is an accurate statement.
That is a very accurate statement. And they don't even like speak proper English. They talk like they like, or they do. Like,
it is proper English. It's Southern.
It's called Ebonics
dialect is Irish and Scottish.
It's called mumble.
Well,
that's where they came out with mumble rap.
Black African vernacular, and then there's I don't know.
All right, and then here's the other thing. You know, Arthur Daya, like slavery was like what? How many hundred years ago?
Slavery was in the 1860s, I think.
Okay. We are what now? 2024.
Well, then you also had segregation.
There's the difference between segregation and choosing to segregate. You got to remember, like, black people had their own Black Wall Street. They had a lot of black-owned businesses. This is even before civil rights.
Yeah, in 1940, the blacks were far better off in this country than they are today.
What's the problem? I know slavery ain't holding people back today. And I know it's not the lack of ability to get education because, I mean, the federal money is getting thrown at these schools. Why are these young inner city kids not wanting to read, or why can't they read and write? Because they're getting all the opportunity to read and write. So you can't keep on saying it's the white man holding them down. They're getting all the books. I mean, shit, they're even giving them pop-up books.
Well,
even, picture books.
Education, if you actually go look at the schools and the inner cities, the education system sucks in those areas. But that gets into the whole problem where the federal government started giving welfare to lower.
I went to the state education too, and I could read and write.
The recipients of that, a lot of them
you're wrong, Arthur Daya. You're wrong. Okay, you're wrong because students come out of those schools that go to college, but black students and look, I'm not picking on them. Black students do not come out of those schools with a good education. Why is that? That's what Glenn's asking. When you have half of the class that go on to maybe not go to college, but go to technical school or trade school or go get a real job, right. And you have the other half of the school, which is a large percentage of is black. Why is that?
Well, I was starting to say that when you had the federal government start getting involved and handing out welfare benefits, and you discouraged families, and we've now got a 70%.
Or the diet. I didn't go to a regular school.
Families.
I went to a ghetto ass school in the inner city with the majority of my classmates are black. I graduated.
That's funny.
I was gonna snarkily say, look what happened to you, Glenn.
Yeah, I graduated. Well, I also have 2 degrees. I have 2 degrees, right? And I never went to prison, right? Yet. I don't have 17 baby mamas
yet.
No, I'm fixed. I will not.
Oh yeah, he got
baby. But like, what's the difference?
I do
because all the kids that I went to school with, none of them came from slave families.
Well, there's a number of things there. One is the family structure of the Black family has been destroyed, right? You've got 70%.
I grew up in a broken home too.
Right.
My
Now, Black
my stepdad was Black. So
Black people would probably tell you that there is still racial attitudes that prohibit them from advancing in the same way that white people do.
Not in that school, because a majority of the teachers were Black too.
Wrong. Arthur Daya, you've got to stop this nonsense.
I'm just pointing out, like, you're pointing out things that are not as prevalent.
It's not accurate
as you may think.
Well, how do you explain why Black people then are still lagging in education, in salaries, and
easy?
overall
Let me tell you what it is. I'll tell you what it is.
Culture.
It's choice.
Culture.
It's choice.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a choice.
It's culture, Arthur Daya. It is simple culture.
Listen, it's like this. Back in the days, there were slaves, whips and chains. It's tradition. I'm white, so all I got is whips and chains.
What?
It's that simple. They didn't
want
to
improve.
improve.
It's culture, Arthur Daya. Look,
they don't
really
want to
simple.
improve. It's because they get
They went to a high school in New York City, and they asked all the white kids what they were going to do. They had people say, "Well, I'm going to go to work in the trades. I'm going to go to college. I want to be an engineer. I want to drive a train." There's a bunch of answers. Most of them realistic for people in a high school in New York. They asked the Black kids what they were going to be, and 95% of them said that they intended to go in the NBA or NFL.
They want to be Tupac.
No, I agree. There's a big cultural problem as well. I mean, if you ask,
yeah, there is. Well, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Is it your fault? Is it my fault? Whose fault is it?
Problem of the breakdown of the families. I mean, it's been well documented.
Bullshit.
That, for example,
Bullshit.
Black
What has
mothers,
a family got to do with a kid saying he wants to go play for the NBA? What mama tells their boy that he's going to go play for the NBA?
I actually know a lot of Black mothers that very encourage their sons' involvement in sports because they think that's their ticket out, and they don't emphasize education.
That is true. That was like the 80s and 90s upbringing. Like, you'd be an athlete, you're going to be an entertainer. Yeah,
a lot of them think they'll get college scholarships off of it too, or something.
And because a lot of them did. A lot of them did back in the day, in the 80s and 90s and that time. But you know what? Most people today want to be trap stars.
But there's very much a cultural influence where if you have your tiger mom,
but that's not white. That's not white people's problem. That's not white people's problem.
But
my family, my parents insisted that we get A's. I was in trouble if I came home with a B. I don't see that among my Black friends.
Yes,
with
that's culture.
Their kids. So that's
culture,
right?
because white people will take care of them. They're still. You keep talking about slavery, and you're the one that endorses slavery every fucking minute that you've been talking. You endorse it because that's exactly what's going on right now.
It is
modern day slavery.
Well, no, it's self-slavery.
Yeah, it's modern day slavery.
The chain's been taken off, but because they don't
the
want
chains
to
are still
aspire,
there.
They don't want to aspire
I'm
to
not
be.
disagreeing with you guys that there's a big cultural problem, that there's a perpetual victimhood feeling, because there is real racism out there. And I don't think you should internalize that and just say, well, it's too bad for me. I guess I'm just a victim. Can't try. Why bother? Like, I agree with
You're right.
all
There's real racism out there. And it's not always perpetuated by the white people.
Yeah, it's the Black people are racist.
Have you tried to be a white guy going to go to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles at 11 o'clock at night?
Have I gone to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles? Well, I will say, let me put it this way. When I lived in Miami, there's a big ghetto basically called Liberty City, and I'd probably be shot on sight if I tried to set foot in there as a white woman.
Well, I mean, no, you probably get picked up and thought you were a snow bunny.
But no, I understand there's reactionary hatred of white people by Blacks and other races.
Reactionary? I don't even think it's reactionary. That. I think like even like
why
Charleston,
was there hold on, stop, Glenn, before you give her the answer. Wait. What? There's reactionary hatred towards white people?
Yeah.
Why?
If you look at critical race theory doctrine, they sit there and tell the kids that
I'm asking you why you think it is. I don't care about CRT.
Because if you teach a child that you're a victim because you're black, you're Latino, or LGBTQ or whatever,
if you're a white woman sitting on a podcast saying that black people were kept stupid by white man, that's what black people believe. Because you even believe it yourself.
Back in the 1800s.
You believe it yourself. In the 1800s, they had nicer houses than poor white people. In the 1800s, they were just as smart as white people. The only difference is that white people did not want them thinking that
slavery was like a beneficial thing for black people. Like they
do you know? Okay, hold on.
Do you not understand history?
Arthadiah, are you aware? Are you aware that once the slaves were free, the slaves went back and asked the plantation owners to just let them stay there and let them work?
Go. At that point,
they were free. They were like, wait a minute, we don't want this thing called freedom.
And all you know how to do is pick cotton. Yeah, you're gonna be like,
that's all anyone know how to do.
Hold on. That is
what other job were they gonna have, Arthadiah?
That's so
they couldn't go to MIT.
Intellectually dishonest. Okay, black slaves ran this plantation. They probably knew how to run the plantation better than their black slave owners.
Yeah, they absolutely.
And not to mention, do you know it was a lot of black slave leaders, like masters, or what do they call them, like the guys that they were black and they actually kept the slaves in check. And do you know that there were black slave owners?
Yeah, I'm very aware of that. I don't see how that makes it right.
I'm not saying it doesn't make it right.
That slavery was right. Slavery was an accepted practice of the time. We have to acknowledge that.
Was it the correct way of slavery as the Bible teaches us about slavery? Because there was slaves in the Bible too, right? And even Paul tells us to obey our slave owners, right? If you read Ephesians 6:5, it talks about bond servants or slaves, honor your master, right? So there was a reason, and slavery back in the Bible was not like what you think slavery was. It was like for 7 years, and it was to work off a debt or to earn, enough to survive on your own or start on your own.
Well, they would give you a piece of land and a house.
Yeah.
You earned citizenship, basically.
Yeah, through that. So yeah, maybe the way that we did slavery in America was not biblical, but slavery has always been a thing. And
I
sit here and say like the white, sit here to say the white thing. Say the white people are responsible for black people's lack of education.
Who sold the white people to slaves, Arthadiah?
I completely understand that there were black tribes.
I don't care about you understanding.
Other black people
saying that it's wrong, but you can't.
That doesn't excuse the white people for buying them slaves.
White people were just part of it. You can't.
If it wasn't white people, it would have been the Indians. It would have been, the Chinese. It would have been the Russians. It would have been somebody who would have bought them.
There were black slave owners. There were black plantation owners.
In this country have suffered generational consequences of slavery.
They're bullshit generational consequences. You know what the generational consequences are? Is that white people are constantly told it is our fucking problem that black people aren't succeeding. And that's wrong. First of all, I got nothing to do with that. Second problem. Hold on, Glenn. I'm
not sitting here arguing for reparations.
Give me a second, Arthadiah. Give me a second, because I want to hear what you have to say, but I can't hear it when I'm yelling at you. So here's the thing. When we sit here and talk about this now in modernity, it's stupid as fuck to start with, but we'll do it. We'll continue forward. Exiting slavery, slaves became the most prosperous class, period. They owned more homes than white people. You don't seem to understand that. You don't want to lend credence to it. Okay. Going into the 1900s and 1940s, freed black people who were no longer slaves and hadn't been slaves for almost 100 fucking years Well, actually 50 years at that point, pardon me. Now going into the 1940s, going into World War II, coming out of World War I, blacks were some of the most respected citizens. They had excellent schools. They had excellent communities. They were prosperous. They were the most prosperous class in America. Most black neighborhoods were better than most white neighborhoods, and they were certainly more, and a lot of them were closer. A lot of them, hold on, stop spurging out and let me finish. They were way more prosperous than most white neighborhoods, most Italian, whatever you want to pick them. And that is not just in New York City. That wasn't just in the South. That was nationwide. It was not until the 1960s when we had the civil rights movement that the blacks suddenly became the victim class. Because we needed a victim class, because we couldn't have women as victims anymore, which I don't think they ever really were, but we needed a victim class. The Democrats needed a victim class, and they got it. They got it in the black man. And
I'm sorry,
you
but
still believe this bullshit. You still believe it.
So objectively, black people were not economically the same as white people in the 1940s. That's just
bullshit. Bullshit.
Number two, black people were not allowed to go
bullshit.
to white
George
colleges.
Washington Carver. Who was George Washington Carver?
He was the guy in the South that developed peanuts into umpteen number of various products.
Yeah, it was.
Now, Arthur Dye, do you know the difference between segregation and separation?
Maybe I don't. Segregation.
Okay, segregation is telling you where you can't go.
Right.
Separation is telling people you don't want to go.
Okay.
Black people did separation.
They did.
They didn't go to certain areas, not because they weren't allowed to. It's because they didn't want to. Now, if you could say they didn't want to because hold on, let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish my sentence before you're interrupting me. Okay. Now, if they chose that they didn't want to go there for whatever reason, maybe because black people or white people were rude or racist or prejudiced,
or they were racist,
or the other way around, they didn't like white folks either. That's no problem with separation. I have no problem with separation. Segregation, I'd have a problem with that. But when black people choose not to go to these places, that's not because of racism. That's because of their choice. Now, have you read or heard the Charleston White story? Have you heard Charleston White tell you why he grew up racist?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so he grew up racist because he thought all white people, he would have bought into the rhetoric that you're saying here. And then when him and his buddies killed this guy, this white Foot Locker employee, and he ended up going to the youth authorities for murder. It was white people, he said, that were advocating for him that he could be reformed. It was white people that were, and he said he never understood why why these white people weren't evil, just like he was taught that they were. And he realized the black community spews out a bunch of bullshit rhetoric that is not true and that is designed to keep them hating white people, to keep them separated, to keep them a victim in the mindset. Because if you're allowed to be a victim, if you're a victim, you don't ever have to face the fact that you are responsible for where you are at. The reason why most black communities are where they are now, like look at Chicago, is because they chose not to do what they ought to do in order to improve culturally, right? So so it's easier to sit here and point that it's the white police officers who are so mean to us. And let's not talk about the fact that we commit the most crime over here and we're shooting each other left and right and we're killing our own people. No, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the white police officers being so aggressive when it comes to policing. You see, it's a constant victim mentality, and it allows them not to have to, clean up their act. It requires them not to have to, be responsible or accountable for why they are where they're at. All right. Like my stepdad, black guy, he raised me since I was 2 years old, and he never once in his life that I know of ever allowed any of his siblings or anybody to talk down on white people or try to blame white people for anything. He says, no, and I'll say this straight up. You are being an N, and you're an N because you're an N, not because the white person made you an N. You're an N because you are an N. All right. So if you don't want to be an N, then stop being an N and be a man. And if you know what I'm talking about, N just rhymes with trigger.
No, I know what you're saying. No, and I agree with you that in modern times.
Okay, so then
today,
modern time, we live today.
We have now, equal black people. They do in many circumstances.
They do not. They're not equal now at all. They're not. In modernity, they are less equal than they have ever been since 1863.
But I'm sorry, if you go back to the 1940s when they weren't allowed to go to white colleges, they weren't allowed to.
They had black colleges
with white people.
Why does this? Why do you think
like two
that
black
matters?
colleges in the whole country?
Why do you think
all the
that
other
matters?
white colleges?
Why do you think that matters? Why do you automatically assume that that white colleges were better? Why do you think that white colleges were better?
When that was your only option, was like two black colleges.
Why do you think that white colleges were better?
Education. I didn't say they were better. I said they couldn't go to them.
Why do you think that?
So you're going to go with everything was totally equal for all the black businesses.
I never said totally. Why do we give a fuck about total equality?
What's wrong? Why do we have to?
Why do we have to have that?
Why can't there?
Equality and opportunity.
Do you know? There's black colleges now, right?
Yeah.
And that white people can't go to, right?
That's
actually, they do accept white people now.
When was? I don't recall, but
maybe.
No, places like Loyola, you can apply as a white person.
What about Brown? You could apply. You could apply, but they won't.
Do you understand, Arthur, how stupid your argument is? In 1940, most people didn't go to college. This is how dumb your argument is. You're again looking through the lens of modernity that everybody needs to go to college to get a good job.
The fact that a black person couldn't ride at the front of the bus, they couldn't drink out of the same water fountain, they couldn't go to the same restaurant, they couldn't go do business with a white business.
Yes, that is sad. That was wrong. Okay,
everyone went to jazz clubs. You had white jazz clubs and black jazz clubs.
And the black jazz, everybody knew the black jazz clubs had the better music.
God forbid you go to the white
Hold on, Arthur Diaz. Stop. Everybody knew that the black jazz clubs had the better music.
Your position is that like segregation was just totally equal and okay, and everyone was doing great back then.
No, my point is that black people were better off in the 1940s, even with segregation and separation.
Know that they would agree
and
with
they
that.
are.
The reason I will guarantee here. Let me tell you why. Because back in the 40s, they didn't have the victim mindset. They had the mindset of, we're going to do it for ourselves, by ourselves. We don't need them.
Yeah,
their mindset was they don't want us. They don't want us. Fine. We don't need them. So they built their own Black Wall Street. They had their own black-owned businesses. They had their own black-owned banks. Like they had their own
mindset
shit.
Probably was much better because it was.
And then now you have people wanting reparations. Now you have people wanting reparations for slavery when they were never a slave.
I'm not in support of reparations. You can't possibly do that effectively.
But what I'm saying is, it's the mindset that you're having that brings it to that point.
Were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, you had events like the Harlem Renaissance where it was a couple decades of prosperity in all aspects of the black culture's life. We're talking art, money, the economics of businesses opening, music, okay? And like Glenn said, it's because back then, black folks, even when I was growing up, because me and Glenn are the same age, and we're in the 80s, my black friends, we would go to their houses and have family dinners with them on Sundays or Saturdays because they were close-knit conservative groups. Black people were some of the most conservative and by far still retain some of that social conservatism today. But when they have to wade through all the noise that's being put out there, like we're saying with Arthur Dyer, that rhetoric, it gets blurred. And after decades of that blurring those lines for them, it's led to what they're dealing with now as a culture.
This is
right.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you there, Angel. I apologize.
Does somebody have background music going?
There's a lot of feedback on your end, Angel. I don't know if there's something you could mute in the background.
When it comes down to it, you got to look at it this way.
Glenn, you got really quiet.
Me? I did?
Yeah, you're better now.
Feminism has infiltrated.
Before you go, let me read this. Back in the 1940s, this comes from Wicked Wally, who is a smart man most of the time. Back in the 1940s, black people in communities were building their own stuff because they didn't have the anti-discrimination law telling them you're equal now, big happy ending. That's true. I will see that, and I will raise it that not only that, but you back in the and again, from about 1920 to somewhere around 1959, 60, 61, somewhere along in there, black people, for the most part, were much better off than they are in modernity. Now, you can argue that they're more rich black people now and they own more Ferraris and stuff, but that wasn't what they wanted. But you rarely saw a black man out on the street not in a suit. They dressed nicely. They had nice homes. Their churches were better, I think.
Oh, their churches were way better.
I mean, honestly, the white men all wore suits back then, too. It was kind of a different time in terms of fashion.
It wasn't too long ago.
You would never see a white guy in there.
Arthur Dyer, shut the fuck up. Today, in modernity, who do you see in a suit more? White men or black men?
White women.
White women? Okay, that's fair.
Women. That's probably. But I'm saying in the 1940s, you would not see a white guy walking around in a wife beater and a pair of shorts either. That's just, they didn't dress like that back then.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Absolutely did.
The white men,
we had rednecks back then. I promise you, we had rednecks back then.
Dress very fashionably.
I promise you, we had rednecks back then. White, by and large, percentage-wise, there were in the and actually it starts in about 1908, somewhere along in there, shortly after the Civil War ended, but probably 20 years after the Civil War ended. In that time period, up until about 1960, blacks were, in general, better educated than most white people across the board. Now, that doesn't mean they all went to college, but it means that they all went to school, they all learned their letters and numbers, and they could all write their name. And that was not true of all white people. I don't know why you think it was, because you have this ridiculous idea that all white people went to college, which is dumb as fuck. But percentage-wise, more black people were better educated than white people. They also had a yearning for education. They wanted it. And white people largely didn't, because mostly white people had to, we were still an agricultural society here in the South. And in the North, they were an industrial society. Okay. Most of what Glenn said is absolutely true. Not only did blacks own their own shops, they own blocks of real estate. Blocks. I'm
not denying that throughout the 1940s.
They didn't rely on handouts from the government. It was literally the New Deal that started the decay. And by the 60s, the decay was in full swing.
Well, I would also say, you know what? I will give some conspiracy thought here to be true. I think that there was a jealousy from the white community to see the black community thrive as much as they were. And that's where you start seeing and I was saying 60s and 70s, what destroyed the black community? Crack cocaine.
Yeah, in the 70s for sure.
Among other things. Yes.
Who brought that in?
pot.
Who brought the pot?
Opium.
You could get into pot and say sure, but what really destroyed it was the crack cocaine.
Yeah.
And
Pot,
who
opium,
brought that in?
heroin.
White people brought in the
Heroin
drugs.
was the big killer for black people for the longest time.
Well, it was cocaine, crack cocaine, and
But
heroin
now,
for
keep in
sure.
mind that back in the early 1900s, drug abuse was a white person thing.
Yes,
Black people,
and
did
that's
not
why
do
I
drugs.
said black. What destroyed the black community?
Was
Cocaine.
when
Who brought
drugs
it in?
became associated with
It
black
was white people that brought that into the black
Yeah,
community.
I
They were
googled
already,
the statistics.
yeah, they brought it into the black community. It was
Yeah,
already
that's what I'm
in.
saying. It was already in, but I'm saying who brought it into the black community? White people brought it into the black community, and sure. And then you had the laws against cocaine versus crack cocaine. You know, that you could say that was racist because crack cocaine was predominantly found in black communities. What also was, you could say, contributed against the black community was that the record labels for hip hop, like rap, record labels were the same owners of private prisons. So it was like, how can they make money? Well, they'll make the gangster rap music that would, like glorify drugs and,
Going into
glorify
the 80s and 90s for sure.
Yep. And then from there, well, these record label owners that own these private
But you can
prisons
go back to
are
the
getting like a whole bunch of return customers because they like their music, they commit the crimes, and they put them in their own prisons. Just so, I mean, you could say there's some shit that black people have had to endure, absolutely, but at the same time,
dude, we got an all-star cast in here. We got the Farmies in here right now. We got
the truth
Wicked
of the
Flowers.
matter is that at the end of the day, black people still made choices to do the things that allowed them to put themselves in the position that they're in, and they're still
But now
making
it's a part
choices
of their
today.
culture, Glenn.
Well,
now it's a
there's
part of their culture.
I googled the statistics. I just want to read the statistics to you. This comes from
Is it-
the National Center.
hold on.
Oh no. Oh no.
Does it come from the CDC?
Did it come from the white apologists.com?
No, it's National Center for Education. .ed.gov. So it's a government website.
Southern Poverty
Okay,
Law
so
Center.
it's a forgive me I'm white website. Got it.
No, but these are from the census statistics. So in 1970, which is
Oh,
far
no.
back as the data goes, Black and other illiteracy rates were 79.9% compared to 11.5% of white people who are illiterate.
Okay, but real quick, you have to understand what do they consider illiterate back then, and what do we consider illiterate now?
So they described it as persons 14 years old and over who are illiterate, unable to read or write in any language. And so then as you come into the 1940s,
hold on.
Let me finish. As you come into the 1940s, 11.5% of Blacks were illiterate compared to 2% of whites. So you see that they went from 80% illiteracy in the 1970s to 11% in the 1940s. So they made good improvement, but they're still well behind.
The measuring just got better. You don't honestly believe that white people took the trouble to go into Black communities in the 1940s to measure literacy. Are you really that stupid? Are you that stupid to believe that?
Those are the census we have.
All right, can you give me the literacy rate for today? What is the literacy breakdown rate for today? Because we can't be talking about the past because we live now.
I'd have to Google that. For the latest it goes on this one is that Black was 1.6% illiterate rate.
Oh God.
Or white in 1979. I can Google the more current statistics if you want for today.
Yeah, let's get the literacy rate for today. Because the reason why I want to point that out is because a lot of the things that you're complaining about do not even like you're talking about dead giants. Do you know what a dead giant is? It's like talking about something that has been defeated already as if it's still current, but it's been dead. Why don't we talk about the giants that we're dealing with today in our time?
Hold on, guys. A couple of things. First, please stop looking back through history with a modern lens. It's wrong. Stop doing it. Second, I'm over an hour long. I got to roll.
Yeah.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics. Yes, that's true. Statistics are the worst, especially when they're gathered by government agencies. I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to send you guys to Jess's stream. Please carry on. This is
let me can I say one last thing here real quick then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Even if you look at the current statistics today, it will say that there's more broken black families than
ever,
right? But what they want with those statistics will not tell you is that the black community, the fathers in the black community play a more active role than in their children's life than white people.
Yeah,
that's true.
So although the white people may have more fathers in the home because they're married, the fathers are playing less of an active role. So black communities have a better father figure than white communities, but you will not get that from looking at the statistics. So you can't trust statistics. Statistics lie.
What would be really interesting to weigh in on this would be if you could get Chaotic Truth to come on and give his perspective on this.
Glenn's over there taking his battle over there. He did it yesterday, and it was the same thing regarding stats. And he had and I was like, good job, Glenn, for getting this out of the way, because he had to argue with the racist Catholic imperious over there, and it was just stats. But then it was like, come on, let's bring it back down to earth.
He was lying about the stats
earlier. I was hoping that he would come up, but he seems busy.
That one guy was lying about the stats, and I'm glad that you brought that up because, Greg, give me just like 2 minutes. I just want to show something.
Oh, I'm in no hurry. I
know you're wrapping up. You know? I know you're wrapping up, and you have a heart out. You're really good at doing that. I suck at that. I need to learn how.
I know you did 8 hours last week.
But let me show you guys this screenshot that this guy was lying about when it came to like who's like the interracial marriages thing. That's what we were talking about, like white women versus black women, blah 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 blah. And I'm gonna share the screen right now. Hold on. And this is what I was trying to talk about, and he was trying to discount. And it is.
And by the way, while Glenn's looking for that, let me tell you guys something. I'm not racist at all. I just dislike intellectual dishonesty, or what's the right word? It's basically intellectual dishonesty when we're talking about various aspects of history, because we look at history through a modern lens, and then we examine it in such a way that it makes sense. We twist it to make sense for us and not the reality of the time. And I think it's super important to always look through history through the historical lens. Otherwise, it's just mental masturbation that doesn't lead anywhere.
Well, and I do believe when it comes to an individual level, you should encourage little kids as they're growing up that you're not a victim, that we all come with our own sets of limitations and disabilities and gifts and talents. And it's all some random combination of what your intelligence is, your family background, your wealth level, and that you want to try to do the best you can to succeed in life.
But again, none of that has anything to do with race or critical race theory or any of that. Well, honestly, you should just teach.
Well, that is what critical race theory teaches.
Just teach kids. That's all you have to do. You don't have to make it complicated. It's not, there's nothing super hard about it. It's
what I was trying to what I was talking about yesterday on Chaotic Truth's debate about what women interracially date or marry more often, and he was trying to say it was black women with white people. Okay, let's just break this down. This is from 2023. White intermarriage patterns when it comes to black partners, 13.6, white husbands, 16%, white women. All right. And you look at it, this is their interracial stats, right? Dating. Look at black women. They do not date outside of their race nowhere near as often, or marry outside the race nowhere near as often as white women do. So if anybody is more racist when it comes to interracial marriages, it's the black women, not white women. That was the whole point of that. And he was lying and all that shit. So I'm glad that you brought that up because I wasn't able to actually get this out like this because that guy was fucking annoying and interrupting everybody.
Yeah. I
So
just
just
feel
so-
like we don't.
I'm interpreting it right. So white men are the most.
Oh,
likely
okay.
to
Before we
marry
start
outside
down
of their
another,
faith.
hold
Is that
on,
what
hold on. Before we start
what I
down this line of questioning, I'm going to send you guys over to Jess. I've got.
Yeah.
I should have been done an hour ago, and I'm getting blown up over here. I got nobody's angry yet, but who cares? I mean,
Hey, great. I'm gonna stay off or stay on afterwards. I'm gonna ask you a quick question.
All right, man. Yeah, cool. The rest of you guys go over to Jess's. She is. She'll continue the conversation. Hopefully, it will. You guys won't get nearly as angry without me being in place. But because I won't be
Put
telling
some
Arthur
W's
Diet
in
to
the
shut
chat
the
for
fuck up.
Grid.
Yeah, I won't be telling Arthur Diet to shut the fuck up or that she's wrong or any of that shit. So everybody will be.
Wait, take it. Don't worry.
All right.
We
See you
live in
guys.
a
And yes,
bro.
all black guys. Arthur Dia likes black men, so this is why she was virtuous.
Bye.